तो इसका डाउनलोड ही नहीं खत्म होता। ओके, हेलो। तो हेलो हेलो गाइस, वेलकम बैक टू अनदर लाइव स्ट्रीम। तो फिर से खेलने जा रहे हैं गेंशिन इम्पैक्ट के कैसे जाओगे। यप। अच्छा हुआ वैसे तो आज मुझे जल्दी हो गया था। अच्छा हुआ मैंने जल्दी चालू कर दी stream। जब जल्दी ही खेलना चालू किया, वरना इसका डाउनलोड आया था और मुझे पता भी नहीं था। तो अच्छा हुआ मैंने आज जल्दी ही चालू कर दी stream। ये हो चुका था। भाई, ओए, लैग लैग कैसे हो रहा भाई? ओए, लैग क्यों हो रहा भाई? क्या हो गया भैया? लैग क्यों हो रहा? Let's see things. Share to obtain 20,000. बस तार मोरा मिला। प्रीमोजन 300। क्या बात है भाई, इतने सारे प्रीमियम मुझे लग गए। स्टार की स्टार हटा, रीड करो इसे। क्या बात है भाई, सेंड नहीं करना है मुझे, जो भी है। तो वेलकम बैक टू अनदर लाइव स्ट्रीम। ये बोला हूँ वापस से बोला हूँ। तो आज हम फिर से खेलने जा रहे हैं और यस, मैंने रेड इन शोगन परफेक्ट इमेज, मुझे खुद को ही नहीं पता कि मैं क्या लेने वाला था, मैंने मिस कर दिया। कोई बात नहीं, लोग स्कर्क के बारे में बहुत सारी चीज़ें बोल रहे हैं कि मतलब अच्छा है। तो आई गेस सर स्कर्क मिल सकती है, के साथ चल जाएगी। मिलनी भी चाहिए वैसे, वो भी बात है। मेरा अभी जा रहा है, टाइम पास कर चलना है कल। वो काचिना काचिना का जो सीन था वो भी करना है मुझे। वो हम बीच में छूट गया था कल, मेंटेनेंस ब्रेक हुआ था ना, तो हम लोग खेल रहे थे तब। हमें जाना भी पड़ेगा। तो बीच में से भाग के आ गया था। कचीना चल चलते हैं फिर। वो भी कैसे, मुझे थोड़ा शक है, क्या ये मुझे वैसे ही देगा जैसे मैं दूसरा करूँगा? ठीक है, मैंने बीच में छोड़ा। स्टार्टिंग से स्टार्ट ना करना पड़े प्लीज। हाइड्रो चाहिए, यू नो व्हाट, हाइड्रो चाहिए ना। अरे यार my bad। क्या ये स्टार्टिंग से स्टार्ट होगा?
Hey, you don't have to drag Paimon. You're pulling
स्टार्टिंग
too
से स्टार्ट होगा,
hard.
shit my bad guys।
Looks
तो
like we
लगा था
made
कि
it.
मैं
This is the night. It looks that
never
overflow
mind,
of
फटाफट
energy
इसको
is
भी
probably
complete
From
करते
this point forward, everything we know about the real...
Paimon's more worried.
Do you see that patch of light on the ground?
Oh yeah, right in front of us. So that's coming from up there? Oh, it's so high up.
Just like I said, our real... If this was the real world...
That's it?
हाँ
Right, right. So that means all we need to do is find...
Exactly. This light...
Yeah.
Those are all manifestations of abyssal power.
Ghost! A talking ghost!
ये हम कल कर चुके थे इतना।
Calm down, I'm here to help. You're the ones who helped Vich. Yes, I'm Vichama's friend, Mal. It's like it was... I'm sorry, I can only...
No, we should be the ones apologizing, but we had to destroy...
Of course. Under the power of the... Turns out even our...
Whether in triumph...
Exactly. That may not... You're looking for a young girl. I'd like to help her. Be careful.
Paimon didn't realize it had gotten this bad. It's like a seething volcano ready to engulf our world at any moment. Ow!
Quick, get back here. You can't go
Okay,
wandering off. It's too dangerous.
ये इग्नोर
Stick close to me. My power will be able to ward off attacks for the time being.
नहीं लेना, पार्टी सेटअप नहीं कर सकते।
We won't be able to keep this up. Let's try another route. This way.
साला पीछे ही आ रहा था मेरे।
Not good. More monsters.
We shouldn't waste our time on them.
This moment will be frozen in time. Freeze! Disappear! Check this out!
Boba, get them!
बैठ गया। ये हल्का तो नहीं। चलना मतलब
Oh, Paimon can't see anything!
It's easy to get lost here. Just stick close.
चिका से करीब हो जाए, चिका से करीब हो जाए। तो obviously we're pulling for Skirk।
Did you hear that? What? Never mind. It was... Don't scare Paimon!
I heard it too.
What did it say?
It doesn't matter.
अभी सुनो। चलो भाई, जर्नी लाइव।
Paimon just heard it too! Let's keep going. Paimon wants to get out of this place!
चीना। इसके लिए तो मुझे फायरवॉल को वाटर लेना था मुझे, मैं गलती कर दी।
We're here, Kachina! Oh, honey? Looks like our reunion will have to wait until we take care of— Good idea! Let's go!
Dodge this! Oh, so sorry. Freeze!
पहल से जाती है
Dodge this!
Here goes!
चला जाए यहाँ से
You're here! You're finally here! Thank you so much! That monster can appear from any— The YF's power helps— Had a girl. Should we start heading back then? Actually, that was the pyro—
In the Night Kingdom, there are 6 main totem poles represent. You can think of them. There are countless, but if a proxy were to—
Judging by the current— Still, we can't—
I agree. Getting rid of the monster might slow.
Kachina? What's— Nothing. Maybe we really should— No, I'm just up ahead. Listen to me, Kachina. Well, you don't have anything to— All right.
We've already come all the—
Let's go.
I'll stay here and try to stall the Abyss monster.
All by yourself?
It's all right. I don't have much time, so go.
Thank you for your true— Does your head still hurt? Let me help you walk. I'm fine. I'm fine. Hey.
It's some hell. ये बार के देखिए Ayo.
Wyabb? Wyabb! I'm back! My friends and I are here to heal you. Wyabb, can you hear— So we were right. The contamination is already too severe. It's preventing the Wyabb from answering— Alright, get ready, everyone! Time to purge the abyssal energy from this place!
Careful. We've got company.
Already?
You really think that puny soul could slow me down? Courage in the face of futility is— He tried to get in my way. So
You killed Na—
he would have dispersed with or without me. Rather than worrying about him, I would urge— You may have defeated others of my kind in the past, but underestimate me now, and it will be to your peril. No. The power of the Abyss is intoxicating. The destruction it seeks captivates like a masterful work of art. I strive only for the opportunity to see it up close. I thought this naive little girl was an exception, but it turns out humanity is full of lambs willing to offer. That is the tragedy of your short lives. You understand nothing of all-encompassing power. Ancient names, pride, friendship, all empty ideas invented to give you a false sense of self-worth. They possess no power at all. The Pyro Archon created those grandiose ideals out of pure selfishness. Anything to avoid sharing power. Anything to avoid handing over the primordial gift to ordinary people like you. Don't believe me? Then ask yourself, why is the Pyro Archon strong beyond measure, while you, Kachina...
Kachina, give me your hand. Feel that? I'm right here next to you. Thanks, Moalani. You're right. I have because I'm not alone anymore. You're right. Maybe comforting ideals don't have any, but you also couldn't be more wrong. You've never had to work for your own strength, so you will never understand the true
What?
The courage we have to stand before you and not back down? The power lies not in the but in our commitment to upholding that ideal, and in our decision to stand together and fight! Well said! Let's go, Kachina. It shouldn't take more than 2 of us to handle an enemy like this. Sorry in advance, but you... There aren't many in Natlan who can beat us when we're together. It's time he got a take...
Yep.
Need a surfboard?
To this world!
Catch an epic wave!
Hear the inferno!
Clear the area!
The flame torrent! How brightly burns the truth!
Ho! Ha!
Revelation from on high!
Let's run! Amazing! Ha! Off we go!
खत्म हो गया बहुत जल्दी खत्म हो
We won! We actually won!
गया ऐसा turned out he wasn't any stronger than the ones we fought in the past.
That's what he gets for underestimating. Fantastic work, Kachina. This makes me so... I'm happy too, Mualani. Together we really are unstoppable.
कुछ तो होएगा जल्दी खत्म हो रहा है I don't know.
Huh?
Oh, Malok का होगा ना ये
My ancient name is glowing? But I thought I didn't bring it with me.
It's probably a projection from the real world.
But
But that doesn't explain why it's glowing all of a sudden.
Wait, does that mean...
You are
That was a bold move. Diving headfirst into the fire to save your friend. Especially in a place so overrun with abyss. Still, seeing you pull it off was really... Everything you said was exactly right. As isolated individuals, we stand no chance. It took years' worth of scars and lots of unnecessary suffering for me to understand that. The Pyro Archon's plan will unite us as one. Only then will we have the power to defeat Tupac, a warrior from the people of the Springs. I fought against the Abyss during the invasion.
I've heard that name before. You were the giant who...
Since you were able to awaken my words from your ancient name, that means you have fully, under the name Umoja, you shall unite the tribes and save Natlan. As long as blood still runs through your veins, even the tiniest spark of steel against its blaze will become one with the gaze of all Natlan. Even amid everlasting darkness, our bonds remain eternal.
Fist bump. Tupac. भाई पावर दे दी कैसे?
What's wrong, so many memories. So that's what happened.
What do you mean? Did you just figure something out?
500 years ago, they foresaw the very crisis we're facing now. Efforts to save...
We can go over the details once we get back. We shouldn't linger here longer than we have to.
Doesn't that mean you already know the soul?
I know bits and pieces, but I had no idea Mualani was also part of the plan.
This sounds like something that's going to need a lot of explaining. Let's focus on...
Yes. ये कैसे बचाएंगे? है ना अपने पास? प्यूरिफाई कर दे बेटा. क्या हो रहा है भाई? कर क्या रहे हैं लोग?
Okay, that should be enough. Why up?
I hear your voice, Kachina.
Great. Well then, I'm afraid it's time to say goodbye. I just wanted to make sure you were okay before we leave. But
can't afford to stay
I was going to ask why you bestowed an ancient name upon someone like me. I'll keep searching within myself for the answer.
Never stop trying
I'll
to
never
improve
stop
and
trying to
yeah,
improve my strength.
hero is all.
You are already an outstanding child in my eyes, Kachina. You are all my most beloved children. It has always been my honor. Your ancient name is just that, a name. Much like your parents chose to name you Kachina, I also gave you a name. But it need focus on who you want to be. You are already worthy of your name. Now, you need only devote yourself to becoming a better. The story of your ancient name is for you to continue. Just like your parents, my love for you will never. It gladdens me to see the Pyro Archon's plan move another step towards completion. But it's time for you to leave this place. Go now, my children. Save now.
I know we've never met before, Wyab, but I just want to thank you for encouraging Kachina. It was exactly what she...
Whoa! What's going on? We're out of time.
It's the power of the Abyss. Quick, we need to run!
It's a Sealy! The Sealy opened the way for us!
इसको ही साफ नहीं मेरे देख रहा अबे ऐसा भी कर सकता है
The opening in the sky! It's closing!
We need to hurry, or we'll be stuck here!
अबे सारे अबे इसका स्टैमिना खत्म है
Watch out for the falling rocks! Quick, through the middle!
मुझे पता तो गिरेगा ही नहीं
Come on, faster!
We'll never make it!
ओ बेटे और दिखाई है देखा कच्चिना को नाइस टीम वर्क कोई करेगा मोला नहीं है मोला ने तो फुल सर्विस मोड में भाई ओ बेटे क्या बात है ओ ये मिस छेड़ बंद हो गया भाई अब ये क्या है रनिंग कोई तो बाहर से फिनिश क्या वो फिनिश है नहीं बोलता है तब मुझे फायर दिख रहा था ये बेटे और वापस आ
You've done well. Now come home.
आ रहे घर पे आ रहे ये बाहर निकलेगा
We're back! The Pyro Archon saved us.
But she's not here.
How did she regain her?
Yeah, didn't she say she used...
She's still in the Speaker's Chamber. What we saw in the Night Kingdom was just her consciousness.
So you're saying her
Every great display of power. You must feel terrible, Kachina. Just hold on. Let's get back to the stadium. The Pyro Archons...
I recommend getting a full checkup. Just to make sure no damage gets...
Paimon feels okay. What about you, Traveler? Right. You always seem to do pretty well against the Abyss.
Let's get going. We need to share what we learned in the Night King.
Right. The Wyap mentioned something about the Pyro Arc.
I'll let her explain everything. Every move we make from here on out will decide
At lunch break. Great escape. Oh, great Past and future. Look for Mavuika. Past. तो गाना बज रहा है यहाँ पे कौन सेट किया
Huh. There's a lot less stuff here than before.
It's good to see you all here in one piece. I know you must have a lot of questions, but let Koichi check you over first.
Thank goodness you made it back. I came here as soon as the Pyro Archon. Take a seat, everybody. I'll examine you one.
This was the short stint in the night, running and there's some degree of abyssal. But thanks to each powerful. It might also release Genshin.
All right, that should do it for now. But just to be safe, I'll perform another checkup. I have to say, though, I've never seen anyone react to the Abyss like you, Traveler. It's like you're completely immune to its power.
He always has been special like that. He can even purify its power. Wait, now that you mention it, Paimon doesn't think she's affected either.
We don't know why though.
Given the current situation, that ability will likely play a great role in the events.
Of course. I still have patience to see, so...
Thank you, Koichi.
All right. We might not see eye to eye, but we both had good and just give it time. I'm sure we'll figure things out between us one day.
Yeah.
All right. There's so much to discuss, I don't even know where to begin. You've seen it for yourselves now. The devastation in the night. I'll get straight to the point. Natlan is on the verge of destruction. It's very possible our nation has less than a year before total devastation.
Huh? No.
That's right. But I've only ever disclosed that fact to the handful of people working with me to save this. Our looming destruction is not a recent development, but the inevitable conclusion of the disaster the Abyss initiated 500 years.
Mulan told us a little bit about
500 years ago. All the nations of Teyvat were invaded by the Abyss. Unlike the other nations, Natlan never had stable and deep-rooted ley lines, so we suffered the worst of the battle against the Abyss was exceedingly long and brutal. In the end, victory came at the cost of our civilization, and even then, it took centuries of solving the disasters caused by the Abyss to finally achieve the peace we know. And still, this is but a superficial victory. The forces of the Abyss have merely been driven back underground. Their threat to Natlan remains as real.
I'd never have kept...
The problems plaguing the Night Kingdom are all the more complicated because that realm is essentially functioning as Natlan's ley lines. Immediately after the war, our calculations estimated that we would have a maximum of 500 years before the Night Kingdom was completely lost to the Abyss. But at that time, we were a nation of the destitute. Our people no longer believed in victory, nor did they hold hope for the future. Our civilization was dying, our faith crumbling, and the line of power passed down from the Wayab nearly severed. If we didn't bring the nation back together, it would be foolish to even dream of defeating the Abyss in the future. So, the Archon had a long and involved discussion with the heroes of each tribe, and finally came up with a 500-year-long plan to save
So that's what happened. After finding Kachina, I encountered a strange figure who gave me a series of new memories. Since the plan was mentioned in those memories, I guess I've been chosen to play an important role in it, but there's still something I don't understand. Those memories showed me the Pyro Archon from back then, and it...
Huh? But that doesn't make any sense! The Pyro Archon is supposed to be human! It's impossible for a human to live—
That's right. The hardest thing for humans to overcome has always been time. Or rather, the natural limitations of our life. A god can extend a human's life by using a certain amount of divine power. But, as we all know, Natlan doesn't have gods like that. We can only rely— A human life is like a flame destined to be extinguished. 500 years ago, I placed my life within the sacred flame. Only by dying before my time could I have the chance to wake up again.
So, in other words, this is your second life?
That was all part of my plan. That was all part of my plan.
Yes. We only managed to defeat the Abyss all those years ago because the tribes came together as one. If the Natlan of the future was to have a fighting chance, the Pyro Archons that came after the war had to rebuild the decimated. The goal was to reunite the people and restore the strength of each tribe's Wayab. Once a tribe was back to its full strength, the tribe's Wayab would select a hero, indicating the tribe was once again ready for. The Chosen would then stand by my side in defense of our nation, just like great heroes of old, 500 years ago.
So that means I'm one of the Chosen.
That's right. You bear the ancient name Umoja, the same one held by the hero from your tribe 500 years ago. After your adventure in the Night Kingdom, I trust you've come to fully understand the meaning of that name.
So in other words, you always knew who the Wayab were going to pick from each tribe?
Yes. According to the plan, each tribe was supposed to have been fully restored by the time I awoke. But something went wrong along the way. The 6 heroes successfully inherited the ancient names from 500 years ago, but the intel regarding the plan wasn't passed on. Once again, it comes down to the deterioration of the Night Kingdom. Communication between the Sacred Flame and the Wayab has been blocked.
Just like how the Ode of Resurrection failed to bring Kachina.
Exactly. It's just another tactic the Abyss is using against us. The Abyss may not possess intelligence, but its methods certainly aren't easy to counter. If we want to unblock that information from being passed on, my presence alone isn't enough. The ancient name-bearer must establish a greater connection to their name. So, I've tried my best to help them from the sidelines. Currently, Shilonin of the Children of Echoes, Kinich of the Scions of the Canopy, and Iansan of the Collective of Plenty have all been acknowledged by their names. During your adventure, you too earned the acknowledgement of your Wayab, Mualani. In the process, you gained the memories stored within your name.
Kinich bola usne?
But we have less than a year!
Yes, but we have no choice. We cannot start the plan until all the heroes have been gathered. That's also why I haven't been able to take action despite the urgency of the situation.
But if you knew this whole time, why didn't you just tell me about my role in all this? Wouldn't that make it—
Perhaps, but the opposite could also be true. Knowing your destiny too early could mean failing to realize your full just like your determination to save Kachina, I hope your commitment to this endeavor comes from your own strength of will, rather than a sense of—
So I suppose you're not going to tell us who the final 2 heroes are then?
That's right. Their time is yet to come. Putting pressure on them beforehand will only hinder their development.
But what if they don't make it in time?
I can only trust in the judgment of the I have never believed I could solve this crisis alone. In fact, it was precisely because I chose to trust and rely on others that we may—
Oh my god, that's all I have. Currently, Charlene of the Children of Echoes. Children of Echoes की तो ये है ना, Kachina. Kinich of the Science of Canopy. तो Kinich है इसमें. And Iansan of the Collective of Plenty. तो Iansan है जो अभी यहाँ पे खड़ी है वो बच्ची सी कहाँ गई वो? Iansan of the Collective of Plenty have all been acknowledged by their name. Charlene, Shilonen of the Children of Echoes. Children of Echoes तो कचीना है ना, तो यहाँ पे एक हो गया 1, Kinich 2, Iansan 3 and 6 थे क्या? और मोलानी ये 5 और 6.
Natlan's salvation lies not in its Archon or any singular individual, but in us all. You're quite perceptive, aren't you? I thought I might get away with the voice.
Huh? Oh, right! All of the stuff you stored here before, where did it all go?
Even though I sacrificed my power, I still needed a contingency plan to ensure you would make it back. After all, I was the one who allowed you to take that risk. And Mualani has an important role to play in my plan. In addition to their sentimental value, the items I stored here held a much more important purpose. Fuel.
Fuel?
That's why you...
Yes. The stories embodied by those items are certainly important, but there's an even more significant trait they all share. Every item belonged to a hero of Natlan. Over time, they became imbued with a certain amount of contending fire from being carried and on their own. Each item's power is limited, but together, their combined effect can prove quite useful in a dire situation. By burning those items, I was able to activate the contending fire stored within them to open the boundary between the two worlds. It was a rather crude approach, so all their power was depleted in an instant, as you can see.
But weren't they all precious treasures? What about their stories?
That's exactly why I dragged you all here. No matter what, I never wanted the Pyro Archon to have to use that power. Oh, I'm so sorry.
You have nothing to be sorry for. You all deserve my thanks, actually. If you hadn't saved the totem pole, that area of the Night Kingdom would have been forever lost to the Abyss. And then, it would only be a matter of time before the Children of Echoes was met with disaster. Besides, when those heroes entrusted their belongings to me, or the Pyro Archon of their time, it was out of a desire to contribute to Natlan's survival. If they knew those items helped save the present-day heroes of Natlan, they would not mourn their loss.
Even when you put it that way,
There's no need. Remember what I told you about time? The people and the events of the past are never truly lost to us. We simply carry them with us in a different form. In that sense, we didn't lose anything at all. If you still have regrets, let them fuel your resolve in the battles to come. Your deeds will become new legends and nurture new forms of power just like the items once stored here.
Well, we'd still like to return the favor.
Well, if that's the case, just treat me to a drink Now that Kachina has returned, we can finally hold the victory feast and celebrate your team's triumph in the Night Warden, and we could all use the rest, that's for sure. Plus, you'll be able to silence everyone who doubted you once and for all.
Still, now that I know the danger we're facing, having a victory feast doesn't feel...
Try not to let it get to you. It's important to stay calm. Worrying about it will only affect your judgment. All right, you should head out.
Alam ko. Oh boy.
When I was young, I used to sit by the hot springs and listen to the stories of war. They attract people from all walks of life. Friends come easy here, no matter what tribe. The people of the springs have never claimed the hot springs as their own private property. They are there to bring all. It's been really nice, seeing the children of my tribe get older. It's helped me gradually understand the truth. I've witnessed their energy, their determination, their absolute even when they cause trouble. I never managed to hold on to my anger for long. It's unbelievable how quickly they worm their way back into my... I'm certain Mualani will become a great warrior when she grows up. She possesses... One day, when I'm no longer in fighting form, I'll come here and tell stories to all the children. So you better get busy, Pyro Archon, or I'll end up running out of stories.
सारी स्टोरीज होगी ना वो जो कैसा तो उसके पास चीज देखनी ये सबसे स्टोरी दिखाएगी फिशरमैन था रॉक वॉक यार 25 से ज्यादा ही
Our nation is engulfed in darkness. Our tribes stand divided, and yet you promise victory in the distant future. The Abyss is a cunning enemy, one that I faced in battle many times. Were that not the case, I would never understand exercising this degree. My rage will never know absolution. Then my power will no longer aid you in But you came to me because you knew you could convince me with just a single sentence. I understand your choice. The heroes of today will forge the path ahead with blood and fire. Just remember to earn us the victory Otherwise, rest assured, I'll find a way to collect the... For Natlan.
So, you're gonna head 500 years in the future to serve as the Pyro Archon? But what about the you from right now? You're just gonna die.
You can't ask her those questions and expect her to answer, my dear. The decision is hers to make, and we will do everything we can to rebuild the tribes, even across time. We will all do our part.
Yeah, Mom's right. We'll always believe in you, sis. Seriously, though? Dad should be here. Where is he?
I imagine he didn't know what to say, so he chose not to come at all. Don't take it to heart, my dear. That's just who he is.
फैमिली तो वो 500 साल पुरानी है मतलब अभी जब पैदा हुई वो
Just remember, no matter what happens in the future, we will always love you.
I'll come find you one day. I know I can't live that long, but I'll think of something. There has to be a way for us to meet again one day. If there's an answer out there somewhere, I'm gonna find it. So, don't forget about me.
If that's your decision, then you have my full support, Archon.
May our children live to see such a lovely son.
For Natlan!
No one fights alone. The rules are my legacy. They shall grant us the strength to overcome the next tragedy.
War forged the 6 tribes, taught us how to fight, instilled in us what it means to love.
Who will be the one to bring this to an end?
We are the inheritors of memory and legend. Those who grew alongside sun and wind. Those who forged our own destiny and future. That is Natlan's fire. The lifeblood of our nation.
पढ़ ली कहानियाँ कहाँ जाना है मुझे जाना है Attend the banquet at the end.
You here for the victory feast too?
Oh, no. I knew Chaska would be here, so I just came to deliver some medicine. I was about to leave. No, it's not that I don't want to celebrate Kachina and the others. I'm so glad she made it back. It's just... well, I'll make things awkward if I'm around my sister.
Ah, well, you two had a fight, so Paimon can understand.
She didn't cause any trouble during your trip, right?
Yeah, she was super helpful. She gave us a lot of useful information about...
That's good. That's all I needed.
Is there a reason you asked? You were pretty outspoken when we first met, but now it's like you're holding something back.
Maybe it seemed unreasonable, picking that fight with her before you left, but I did it for her. Impulse to fight is extremely strong. Her mental strength helps her rein it in, but she still loses control sometimes. I had no idea what you might face in the Night Kingdom, so I didn't want to take...
So what you're saying is...
Really provoked her, so she take that impulse out on...
Okay, so maybe it sounds a little stupid, but it works pretty well. It helps her keep her cool for a little while, at least. Anyway, I'm just glad you were able to make it back safe and sound. That's all I want.
What? Do you really have to go that far? Can't you just...
No way. Chaska never opens up about her own pain, especially to her family.
She can't learn about
She
this.
can't learn about this. Or it'll be even harder to help her.
Respect your decision.
I appreciate the understanding, and don't worry. I'll find a way to help her ease this burden. Anyway, I need to get going. Enjoy the celebration. Oh, and if you ever need a doctor, you know who to find.
Huh. Who would have thought there was a deeper reason behind their arguing?
They're trying to look out for each other in their...
In the end, it's all the Abyss's fault. Paimon's had enough of that.
सब लोग साथ में मिलके क्यों नहीं देते नहीं? To the very end. शिव लगा.
Let's give a huge round of applause to our brave young warrior, Kachina!
Woohoo! Well done, Kachina. Thank you, everyone. I'm so glad
I always knew you could do it. With so much potential at your age, you have a great future ahead.
You're one to talk. Don't think I didn't know you were the first person to abandon your team. I'll be dealing with you when we get back.
I had no choice. My friend invited me. I couldn't...
Oh, really? So you weren't just trying to get ahead in the first round?
I wasn't, I swear. I just happened to find that bearer injured in the wild. So I stopped to bandage his... When he insisted on repaying the favor, what was I supposed to do? I'm just one person. I figured Kachina would have no trouble replacing me.
But the fact of the matter is that after your departure, everyone else started thinking about swapping teams too.
I'm really sorry, Kachina. It was wrong of us to abandon you like that.
It's amazing that you still made it all the way through to the Night Warden Wars.
So, what about you guys?
Our team captain drank too much the night before the competition and turned up late to the stadium on the day.
Serves you all right.
All right. There's no need to be like that, Uncle. Dear friends, firstly, I'm grateful to my friends and our great Archon for helping. This traveler and his companion Paimon are some of the strongest people I've ever met. If they were allowed to participate in the pilgrimage, I have no doubt they've agreed to let me learn from them. With their help, I believe... And let's not forget my good friends, Moalani, Chaska, Kanich, and Ayan-san. They all helped the Traveler and Paimon figure out a way to bring me back from the night. They too deserve to be called our heroes. So, please give another round of applause for them.
Well said!
I'll drink to that. How does it feel being a... To be honest, it's a bit overwhelming.
Well, you better get used to it. Next up, undefeated champion!
That way I'll become a champion coach.
Hey, please don't make fun.
Talk to Maui ka yahin pe to beer pee rahi hai.
Ah, you're here. Have some fruit juice. I got it specially for you two.
How did you know? That's Paimon's fit.
You look like you've still got questions. Ask away.
Isn't your plan a little convoluted? Why don't you get the heroes of the past to...
Because they had their own lives to live. The thought of telling them, abandon your families and everyone you love, and come with me to the end of time. For in 500 years, Natlan will be destroyed. It seemed too cruel. You could just as easily point out that everything in this world would come to an end eventually. But life is short. And beyond a point, it just doesn't seem real. Imagine if I said, let's leave right now, and go save the sun because it'll flame out in a few million years. It would sound quite ridiculous. I couldn't make them shoulder that burden with me. Besides, every generation will have its heroes, this one included. The plan could still work without of course, without me. But since I was the one who came up with the plan, I felt duty-bound to see it through to the end.
I'm suddenly remembering that portrait in your room. Was that your family from back then?
Back then?
Yes, it was.
So when you asked
me who my sister grew up to be, the truth is that from what I've been able to piece together, I can conclude with a reasonable degree of confidence that she ended up as an architect, and she played an instrumental role in rebuilding the scions of the Canopy tribe, designing and building many houses. But of course, still, it was an impressive achievement, and I'm very proud of her. You feel loss keenly. It seems to stir up feelings of regret in you. But this is something I have long since come to terms with. This is a war, and there can be no war without loss. I am already far more fortunate than those who lost their lives to the Abyss. The people of Natlan look to me as their Archon, and the weight of their expectations is mine to bear. I must see our fate through to the very end, no matter what I may find there.
That's actually what I wanted to ask. If you're already aware of fate.
Yeah, doesn't that mean the way everything ends has already been written, including your plan?
I suppose, but so what? Don't forget, time takes many forms. The past, present, and future coexist, and all are, even if the future ends in destruction. There's still no reason to give up on the here and now. And it's precisely because we humans cannot know our fate that we will never give up on our struggle. This is a pivotal moment. We are still 2 heroes well, 3 to be precise. There's one further hero who I'm hoping to get on my side, whatever it takes.
Surely you don't win me.
Your resistance to the corrupting power of the Abyss is truly remarkable. It would easily make you an all-important figure in the upcoming. If you agree to join us, you will not only gain my full support in your journey, but I will also forge a brand new ancient name for you.
Ancient names can be...
They can. Several strict conditions must be met, but if they couldn't be forged at all, then the number of them in circulation would have long dwindled to 0. Possessing an ancient name would mean that your adventures in Natlan are recorded in full. Your stories would be remembered by our people for all the Ode of Resurrection may have temporarily lost its power, but still. Take this as my personal guarantee that I shall never, just like in the Night Kingdom, I will be there for you. That is a promise I will fulfill at all costs. This nation always honors its heroes.
You don't have to promise me anything. I just help out.
Yeah, we can't just ignore the situation.
Wonderful. Then I'll reach out to Shilonen right away. She's the one who will forge the name. We've never forged an ancient name for an Outlander before, but I trust she'll find a way.
अच्छा अब मुझे आर्कन भाई की बैक ले देगी twist started.
My lord, we've received word that the Pyro Archon has lost much of her power. Although your injury complicates things, this is most certainly the opportune time.
Victory and defeat are rules, not outcomes. I have never taken advantage of an opponent in a time of weakness. As for you, I must confess, I did not expect that little trick of yours to save the day.
No matter how dense the fog, as long as the sun remains, we cannot turn day into night. She could have dispelled it. You don't have much time. And you're injured on top of that.
I'm beginning to see just how useful you may turn out to be. You heard something from here, didn't you?
कौन है? कौन है क्या हुआ? All names are noble. Wait until 2 days later. अबे इसको 2 दिन का क्या दिक्कत है? आंसन, हाँ भाई। वो देखो भाई फुल। बार बच्चा। तो अभी क्या करना चाहिए? Let's see things. ये चीजें देखना है। हो गया। बस चैप्टर 1 पहले ये सब कर लो यार। नहीं ये नहीं करना। पहले ये कर लेता हूँ। A Teapot to Home Part 1. Unlock the new gameplay mode or function. Unlock new gameplay mode or function. मिलेगा नहीं ना मुझे। मिलेगा नहीं क्योंकि मैं कर चुका हूँ। एंड ये तो नहीं करना है मुझे। इसमें क्या क्या आया है? Traveler Tales Gilded Chapter time remaining. A new day in Teyvat is about to begin as you set off on your journey once more. Pay attention to the whispers on the wind. Perhaps the breeze might bring you from your friends. Seek out anecdotes by following the character markers on the map. स्कर्क से खेलने का मौका। Focus influence.
There's a kitty over there. What's up with you today?
I just want to voice so.
You feeling okay? We've been traveling all over lately, so maybe you've come down with something. That's it. We're getting Baiju to check you over.
मैंने स्टार्ट कर दिया क्या? शुड आई मुझे लगा वहां पे जाना पड़ेगा। ये तो यहाँ पे आ गया है। का डोमेन नहीं था जैसा के नीच का था। बाद में क्या है ये सब? नहीं पता था। वो फैंग कैसे? कैसे कैसे? बच्चे मिलेगा ये। ओ 30 लेवल पे आएगा तो मैं डेथ मैच पैलेट ऑफ होस्ट एंड सोलर बॉल sacrificial blade talking stick serpent spine black sword and the wolf fang. Test run. ये है 60 commented quest क्वेश्चन है। स्कर्क 10 है। लिया कैंडस डियोना complete a space and time for you. And or of result. तुम पहले ये करते हैं वो छोड़ो क्या है तो रूम awareness library कुछ बचा है क्या पता नहीं इस टाइम यहाँ पे फर्स्ट टाइम आया लिसा का रूम है
Huh? What's a place like this doing in a library? Could this be the restricted section Lisa mentioned? Doesn't quite feel like it though. You don't think this place is hiding some terrible secret, do you? Like those rooms you always hear about in scary stories? You know, the ones that are usually totally off limits?
Then it would be locked with the...
That's true. We just kind of waltzed in here. And it didn't seem like the lock had been... Wait, hang on a minute. This isn't the door we came in through. Are we even in the library anymore?
Could be underneath Cedar Lake or series.
And what world would that be? Too bad Lisa's not working today, otherwise we could ask her. Well, we're here anyhow, and this place doesn't look too dangerous. Why don't we just take a look around? New places are meant for exploring after all. You gotta try all kinds of new things to become a good in it. Ooh, look, a stuffed wolf toy! It's so fluffy and soft! Huh.
For all you know, that toy might be this room's real master.
Oh, foolish traveler, you dare enter this fortress of doom without invitation? Prepare to be eaten alive! We should probably just leave it here for now. This place is huge, so let's keep...
Teleport पे later unlock. You can use Fantasy at home in the theater lobby to start the... ये सब क्या है? Oh, the person in the painted movie. Hope nothing theater rooms be able to confirm. वो भी है ये कॉपीराइट में लगा रहा है pocket stubby and pet the puppy wolf. एरिया में एक ही चीज देखना ठीक है भाई ठीक है खेल ले हम और क्या क्या ये सब निकाल लेता हूँ बुक्स यहाँ कुछ नहीं है बुक्स ही है बस जस्ट पे दिखाने के लिए भाई ये बुक्स मेंशन ठीक एक मिनट दो मिनट अब दो रन डेकोरेटेड मे बी तेरे टीम समझा नहीं है पापा वो बच्चा ना कामन के साथ रह के कामन नहीं कर और कुछ दिख रहा है सीजन कोचिंग से स्टार्ट ऐसा कैन कोचिंग करेंगे But on the page, the writings of Lord Brahman can't make out what it is. While odds of the तो मिल ही जाना चाहिए ब्राह्मण कान सिंह that's the line बचाने की लगाएगा नहीं पा रहा था लेकिन वहाँ पे नहीं कर चलिए क्या लिखा है only electro cairo and dendro character as well as special guest stars may perform in the season show क्या है ये आबाद पायरो डेंड्रो और लेवल 60 का होना चाहिए। आना पड़ेगा लेवल 60 का नहीं तो क्या करूँ? Fine. Unsolved chess. Big challenges. Adventure rank 40 चाहिए। इतना सारा। Cost कम कर देगा remaining। लेवल 60 के पॉसिबल रिवॉर्ड्स में देखो तो ये क्या
This opportunity is quite hard to come by. Well then, amuse me. Surrender is a valid option. I promise I'll be gentle. Freeze! This boat will be frozen in time.
You're toast! That was nice and spicy!
For time. Dodge this! Passable effort. Celestial Voyager! Cool it! Not bad, not bad. Don't get too close! Oh, so sorry. You've made some progress.
Out of the frying pan,
So
into the
quick to
fire!
flee. Not bad. Free. You've got a trick or two.
Race you!
Dodge this.
Nice and spicy! I really know! Should I throw in everything?
I'm not done. Here's backup. Wind blade. Check this out. Disappear. All you do is run.
बचो
Fire it up! I'll crush you! I couldn't save everybody. Windblade!
Vale. Vamos a... अरे पागल है कहीं बाकी से अभी तीन फेजेस चलेगा
Windblade!
खाइए इसमें खा लेना
Dodge this! With the wind! Cool it! Die here. Dodge this! Cool it! Windblade!
एक जगह ना
Freeze! Don't get frostbite. Don't push your luck. This doesn't look good. Die here. Yeah.
My bad.
This opportunity is quite hard to come by. Well,
अरे 10 बार मारना पागल है क्या नहीं भाई ये ऐसा छोड़ो ची और क्या तो Sansa. Sansa what?
That's quite a crowd over there.
Hi everyone. I'm Sansa, and I'm I'm working on becoming a bard.
All goes quiet on Star Snatch Cliff. High in the trees. No whiff of the wind. No sign of the birds. No flapping of wings. Then it goes. Pause.
Oh gosh, this is so embarrassing. I'm making a complete mess of this. I didn't get tongue-tied at all on the 42nd time, or the 90th time. So what?
The 42nd and...
Yep. I rehearsed this 100 times to try and perfect my performance. So, this is my 101st time playing this song. But, my first time performing it. I really thought it would go well this time. But nope. I blew it again.
Right! That amount of practice should have been more than enough. If it still isn't working, maybe it's more... Actually, the Traveler here has loads of experience with performing music. Why don't you tell us what your method is? Maybe we can give you some suggestions.
Like?
And, Paimon can give you pro tips from an audience perspective. As a highly seasoned and...
Aw, that's so kind of you. Just things I just...
Whoa, this is denser than the encyclopedias in the Mondstadt library. So are you like a...
Well, my parents always hoped... Well, I'm all ears. Where do you think I'm going wrong? Have I misheard?
Paimon never knew being a bard was such hard work. The tone-deaf bard always makes it look so easy. He never seems... And still, his singing and lyre playing always sound really great.
आगे क्या Venti?
Venti?
Ah! Tone-deaf bard, where did you come from?
It's been worth you here.
Well, Paimon sure hasn't missed that.
की आवाज नहीं आ रही भाई? क्या आ रही है?
A what?
So it must have been a cat that stole the leaf, right? And with your allergies, you can't exactly go chasing it down.
And as the cat, what it thought of?
I can help too, Venti. And, sorry. Wow, really? Okay, I'll just grab my...
Huh?
I guess I just let me think. Maybe it was a sense of yearning. Back when my parents forced me to stay in my room and study, I'd always hear his wonderful melodies and beautiful voice. Or like a soft breeze that stirred my heart. Yeah, that's it. I wanted to be free and happy just like him. But I get so nervous when I'm performing in front of a crowd. I try to mitigate that by doing... What?
Didn't you say that you dreamed of becoming a bard? Stop worrying about it.
Exactly. If you really want to share...
So...
In that case,
कोई नहीं बचा रहा है.
That was my first ever successful performance. Once the music started, it felt like I became...
The audience definitely felt it too. Look, even that cat came to...
Just a second, wait.
Oh, charcoal! So...
What was that in its mouth? Was it the leaf?
Charcoal! That belongs to Venti. It's very important to him. You've helped me so much. I feel bad that I...
fun, like...
I can hardly believe I got a personal lesson from Venti himself. I can't offer much, but... What do you take? Oh, and as well as tunes.
Check. क्या है? Collection of sheet music given by Sansa the Bard. It contains जो भी है यही करना था बस. बहुत कर जियो क्या है? ये तो चाहिए और क्या है? State. कहाँ है वो सारा? यहाँ है. ये थोमा को चेंज करता है.
Where to?
A reward on the road.
इस तरफ थोड़ा सा ध्यान देना पड़ेगा मुझे. और ऑन माय कॉल. ग्रैनी बताएंगे कि ग्रैनी कुछ काम नहीं. हाँ क्या?
Not too far now.
Yeah. Goba, get them.
Farewell. Cool it.
Nice and spicy.
Careful. Some Saurians like to hide in chests like this. Probably an introvert thing.
सीढ़ी कहाँ गई?
Careful. Some Saurians like to hide in chests like this. Probably.
क्या करना है? क्या दिक्कत है भाई? पहुंचना कहाँ है? पहुंचना कहाँ था भाई? कहाँ जाना था बे?
It's getting
मर गया भाई वो। ना क्या मिशन था? अच्छी जाना कहाँ था? चलिए यहाँ से बहुत मारूंगा। तेरा लौंडा मार दिया। इधर ही जब आना था, इतना दूर क्यों चले गया था भाई?
Things have been looking really rough for Natlan lately. There are more and more commissions from the Adventurers Guild, and they're all related to the Abyss. Just waiting around won't do us any good. Let's go and...
That might be. इनसे विलेज तो ये रहा. खाना खिलाओ. वही होना चाहिए कौन सी कैसे चढ़ा जाएगा वो तो नहीं बताया इसने. बस तो ये कर मेहनत नहीं करनी है. अच्छा तेरे चला रहा भाई. सीधे सीधे वहां दिख रहा है तेरा. हाँ.
Your passion for treasure hunting is turning these chests into an endangered species.
The highest in the kingdom, another is near the ruin and the clue that Geo statue. इनसे विलेज किधर है? इधर है. ये स्टैचू यहाँ पे कहाँ है? ज़्यादा तो पता नहीं कर रहा मैं. करते हैं. तो ऑनलाइन सार मोबाइल.
I see. Thank you so much. The Adventurers Guild has been overwhelmed.
No worries at all. We've always valued the strength of adventurers. Given the current situation, it's vital that we all work together. Since we're facing the same enemies, I'll send you the intel we've collected on the Abyss so far. Then we can take a look.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Hi, Catherine! It's us! Got any new...
You two have come just in time. I've got some good news. The Pyro Archon has finished assembling her forces. Given how the Abyss has ramped up its activities lately, we can no longer afford to act only after receiving news of an invasion. So the Pyro Archon suggested that the Scions of the Canopy and the Adventurers Guild focus on collecting and disseminating intel. That way, we can stay informed of everything that's happening across the... Once we receive word of enemy activity, we can notify the nearest camp and the stationed forces can take immediate action. Yes, precisely. This should also allow us to focus on gathering information rather than running around and trying to... So please also take a chance to relax, you two. You've been working hard these days, and this will be...
So that's the plan! Whew, we can finally stop and take a break!
The threat of the Abyss is still far from, but let's work with it.
Paimon knows that! It's not like Paimon just wanted to lay here and do nothing!
The movements of the Abyss are always unpredictable. There have also been times when it suddenly became more active in the past. The people here generally see it as something like an acute natural disaster. Once the disaster is over, everyone will return to their normal lives. We just all hope that day will be soon.
Oh, right. Most people have no idea just how bad the situation has gotten in the Night Kingdom.
Huh? Is that the Traveler in Paimon? Hello!
Oh, hey, Kachina! Are you feeling better?
Yep. Now really isn't the time to stay home and recover anyway. I heard that the Pyral Archon is gathering warriors to be stationed in the more remote areas. So I came here to sign up. Don't think I haven't heard about all the things that you've been doing. With everyone working so hard, I've got to do... Oh, by the way, Shilonin told me that she was ordered to forge you an ancient name. She said that she's all set, and we can head over whenever we're ready.
Wow! So we'll finally get to meet Shilonin, the legendary forger of ancient names! Paimon still can't believe anyone could forge...
Shilonin is a true master. Not only can she forge ancient names, but also all sorts of new and fun... She's always got a pile of commissions on her plate. So you usually have to wait a while before she finishes something. In this case, though, she's completely cleared her schedule just to work with you. She wants to give your name her full attention.
Then we should probably thank her when we
Well,
meet.
I've already signed up as a warrior. So all I have to do for now is wait for my assignment. If it's okay, maybe she wouldn't turn me away, right? I mean, I hope...
Hey, have some confidence in yourself, Kachina. After all, you're already a victor of the Night Warden Wars.
Everyone's so proud of you. You are the future of the tribe.
On second thought, maybe I'll just find a hole in the ground to jump into and hide.
Beyond the smoke and windows. भाई मैं यार ये नेटलिन को समझ में नहीं आ रहा जो मैं ये क्यों कर रहा हूँ मैं लियो पे नहीं गया ये भाई क्या कर रहा हूँ चैप्टर पूछ नहीं बहुत ज्यादा आगे कर रहा हूँ चीजें तो मुझे यहाँ पे स्टॉप दे देना चाहिए Shiloni. Who is she? देखे तो कौन है? नाम तो सीखी क्या वो?
Shilonin! I brought the person who needs an ancient... He's super amazing, and I've already learned tons of stuff from him. I can vouch that he's really worthy.
Ah, yes, so I've heard. So young, and yet you've already got quite the reputation. Wait, are you Outlanders?
Yep, we're travelers who just arrived in Natland not too long.
No, I mean, I was aware that you're travelers. It's just no one told me that you're Outlanders.
Huh? You're saying the Pyral Archon didn't tell...
No, the only thing she said is that a new hero had pledged himself to the plan. But we'd need to forge an ancient name to ensure he'd be able to return safe and she did mention that it would be quite difficult to forge an ancient name for them, but at the time, I thought she was just commenting on my... But I seem to understand where the true difficulty lies now.
Are you...
No, I wouldn't go that far. I'm used to it, really. The Pyro Archon's requests are always difficult to fulfill, and we used to argue a lot. Honestly, it's probably for the better that she didn't bring this up. Anyway, I can't argue with her if she isn't here, and it'd be pointless to take my anger out on... But, just because I understand her rationale doesn't make me any less upset. After all, she must have known that forging an ancient name for an Outlander is an impossible task.
It's impossible?
As you probably know, an ancient name is a symbol of a hero's sparing glory, which grows even richer and heavier as generations of successors. We forge ancient names by engraving the heroic deeds of an individual who will become the first hero of that particular name.
But plenty of deeds in there.
Yeah! I saw countless feats recorded in their adventure handbook. It felt like...
But they were all performed outside of Natland, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
Then those deeds haven't been recorded by the Night Kingdom.
To take it one step further, even if you had performed heroic deeds in that land, as an Outlander, your actions still wouldn't have been recorded by our lands. Only memories and experiences that have been acknowledged by the Wyab can be used as a basis for an ancient name. Even the greatest of craftsmen cannot create something out of thin air, you know. That's...
Seems the Wyab don't want just anyone to get a name, huh?
Mawika, of all people, should know better than anyone. Yet she's still entrusted the task of forging the ancient name.
Oh, Paimon gets it. Nobody's happy being asked to do the impossible.
Why do I feel like this has happened before? I think last time, Shilonen just ended up running dozens of laps around the hills nearby.
Ugh, don't remind me. Let's just focus on how we can pull this off. How to achieve...
You mean you're already willing to...
Well, what else can I do? What's happened is already done, and it's not like I can outright defy the order of my arc. If she gave me this order, then she believes the ancient name is an indispensable part of her plan, and that I'll be able to find a way to make it happen. In other words, the order is an affirmation of my abilities.
Oh, not only has she accepted the task, but now she's looking for silver linings?
Maybe that's just that's how much she and Archon trust each other.
Yeah! Let's see if we can find some special way to pull this off. If we really can't make it work, I'm sure we can still go back and talk to the
The key is getting the Wyab to somehow acknowledge the traveler's existence and record.
We heard the voice of a Wyab when we were in the Night Kingdom before. We even had a whole conversation. If we can talk to her again, maybe we can figure something out together.
Well, every tribe has their own Wyab. How do we know if the one you met is indeed the best one for us to talk to? Plus, considering the unprecedented nature of this situation, I have a feeling that the acknowledgement of one Wyab alone would probably not be enough.
What do we need to gain the acknowledgement of everything?
I don't know. That requires a level of knowledge that I do not possess. We need to find a consultant who's an expert on all things Night Kingdom and Wyab. The first person who comes to mind is Lali at the Masters of the Nightwind. The one we call Granny Eats.
Oh, we've heard that name before. We used her spirit speaker stone to find Kachina's ancient... A person who can make something like that must be pretty impressive. I'm unsure she'd be...
Still, she's older now and quite eccentric. It's hard to even book a meeting with her, given that she's constantly holed up in her room and doesn't like to be disturbed. I've heard that to get her help, you have to be extremely patient with her and...
I hate to break it to you, but...
Huh. Why is that? I mean, didn't she already help you before? And you even managed...
Well, yeah. At the cost of her spirit speaker stone being split. Huh?
Great going, Mawika. We're already off to a rocky start. In that case, I guess your only option is to try to emphasize that this is an important order from the Pyro Archon. Hopefully, Lali would still want to show respect to the I'll also write you a letter on your behalf. If you can find someone to deliver it and mention some good things about you, then...
Oh! Let's ask Kanich to deliver the letter. He understands the whole situation. And is already a familiar face to...
Paimon sure hopes a Hal won't interrupt when he's talking.
All right, Kanich is a seasoned negotiator. I trust that he'll know the best things to say.
Great! Then I'll go contact him right...
Please just give me a moment to write the letter, and we can meet up near the Statue of the Seven.
Later.
Sounds good! We'll take a stroll in the meet...
तेरी मिल रहा है ना I think मैं बहुत ज़्यादा आगे का चीज़ नहीं कर रहा हूँ Finish mix with or after sun
We meet again. Kachina told me everything. I'll deliver the message to the Masters of the Nightwind and convince Lali to give you a chance. I'll also take this chance to explain what happened to the Spirit Speaker Stone and offer her an apology.
I'm sorry to put this on you, Kanich. It's just that you're probably the only person who knows how to deal with her.
It's all right. We're all working for the sake of the Pyro Archon's plan, after all. Everyone here understands how dire the situation...
Oh, wait, so Kachina and the Traveler also know about the plan?
Mm-hmm. Because we all saw a hero of the past rematerialize right before our eyes. And then Mualani said that a ton of knowledge and memory suddenly... The Pyro Archon explained everything when we came back from the Night Kingdom, including the reason behind the appearance of the hero, as well as the current state of the Night Kingdom.
Right. She mentioned there are 6 heroes and that Shilonen is one of 4 that have already been acknowledged.
Oh, Well, then I suppose there's no need to keep any secrets between us. Having companions walk by your side is perhaps the best solace when facing such—
I have another piece of intel to share. We've pretty much identified the person who rescued the captain in the Stadium of the Sacred Flame. His name is Auroron, and he also hails from the Masters of the Nightwind. However, he spent most of his life living out in the wilderness by himself, away from the rest of the tribe. That's why his disappearance went unnoticed. By the time Sitlali finally realized that he was gone, no one had heard from him for quite a while.
Sitlali knows him.
That's right. Auroron was an orphan raised by the chief of the Masters of the Nightwind and many other kind-hearted people in his tribe. Still, he's had something of an odd reputation his whole life.
Odd, huh?
Given how the Masters of the Nightwind love to babble about dreams and revelations, they're already a pretty strange bunch to most. I've never met Auroron, but if they consider him the odd one, he's got to be pretty far out.
That's right. So in that sense, Auroron and Sitlali actually have quite a bit in common, which is why they get along pretty well.
Huh. Makes sense. But Paimon wonders how Sitlali could be the first one to notice Auroron's disappearance if she spends the whole day in her room.
As of now, we still haven't been able to confirm whether Auroron joined the Fatui voluntarily, or if he was coerced. Sitlali is probably eager to prove that Auroron hasn't betrayed his people. I plan to use this as leverage when I go to talk—
Huh, so if I'm following, you mean we'll help her investigate Auroron and the captain's whereabouts?
Yes. If you're all on board with the idea, then it becomes a mutually beneficial collaboration, rather than just a one-side. Even though I don't think Sitlali is the kind of person to turn down an order from the Pyro Archon, working together with us will help her focus and not get distracted by the whole Auroron situation.
Yeah! Plus, we kinda owe her one anyway to make up for breaking the spirit speakers down.
This is a pretty well thought out plan, as expected of Molly Poke Nietzsche. Then, yeah, I'll leave my letter to you. Let's hope Sitlali can meet at the stadium in 2 days.
Sure. I'll head out.
Take care out there, Kanich. I'll be heading back as well. There's to—
Okay, then let's part ways for now. I'll see you in a couple of days.
Auroron आ गया। तो भाई क्या बोल रहे थे मेरे बारे में? Wait until the morning of the day after tomorrow. ना? Morning of the day after tomorrow भाई। ये हुई ना Auroron। वेल मैं क्या सोच रहा हूँ अभी हम ये नहीं करते भाई। चैप्टर 5 एक्ट 3 चैप्टर 1 एक्ट 4 खत्म नहीं हुआ अभी तक हमारा, तो हम पहले ये करेंगे, बाद में चीजें देखेंगे। पहले मैं ये टी कॉल सबको छोड़ दो, टी कॉल करना।
Children, come.
Just right moment.
You've arrived.
Oh, what is it, Granny? Need any help?
Oh, no. You've done so much for Liyue Harbor already. I could hardly ask for more. In fact, my old friends and I have been putting our heads together to think of what sort of gift we might give.
A gift? For Paimon?
He did a shirt.
Oh, child, you are so very modest. Uncommonly so, even. But you must, when you traversed my old teapot in search of the cleansing bell, I heard your little friend mention that you often camp out. That simply won't do. Especially since I imagine you still have a... Fortunately, I have not yet grown so old as to see my subspace creation abilities atrophy. Oh, did my friends never mention that to you? Well then, it is a blessing we old folks once received from Rex Lapis. I will not go into too much detail, but subspace creation is the ability to create a small, autonomous pocket world. The teapot that you entered previously was a little trinket created...
So, in the eyes of an Adeptus, creating a magic teapot world...
Oh, indeed, the teapot is nothing to boast of. One such as myself must depart from this realm to create a world of one's own. Rex Lapis, on the other hand, moved mountains and seas. That is what... But that's enough nostalgia for now. The gift that I have prepared for you just requires a few final materials to add.
That's right! Finding stuff's what we're good at, after all.
Oh, settle down now, children. There's no need for you to go running hither and thither. I have already found a fleet-footed youngster to prepare what I... What's more, I doubt that you would know how to find them. Well, for starters, I require some shimmer soil from the banks of... You would have to dig downward, but almost no one has been able to find shimmer soil in this manner since Dihua Marsh. Even more difficult to find is smaragdus jadeite, which must be chiseled from the rock of the chasm. Or so it used to be. Ever since the Blackcliff Forge opened for business. In any case, smaragdus jadeite is an adepti treasure, and the adeptal power within is not something that most humans can withstand. Goodness knows if that child will succeed in finding these items.
Well, since you're an Adeptus, Granny, the person you asked for...
Yes.
She counts? How come there are so many Adepti in Liyue Harbor? We seem to bump into them all the time. It feels like even when you go out to eat, you could be sitting next to an Adeptus.
Oh, maybe so. Who can say? A fair few of my old friends are rather fond of mundane...
I'm back, Granny. Oh, I don't believe we've met.
Allow me to do the honors. This child here, Yanfei, I believe you already heard of the traveler and his...
Of course, who hasn't? Much has been written about you in the Millilith's records. You became one of Liyue's most wanted after the Millilith marked you as a suspect following the incident at the Rite of Dissension. After which, you fought off the Millilith before finally defeating an ancient god together with Granny and her associates, and subsequently being cleared of any and all suspicion by the Chiseng. A shame that we didn't meet sooner. If we had... Well, I can't say that I would have been able to clear you of suspicion immediately, but it certainly would have been less... allow me to introduce myself once more. I'm Yanfei, a legal advisor. Got a legal problem? You can come... Oh, yes, here's my business card. You'll find it has my contact details and office. If you have an urgent issue, just leave me a note at this address. Oh, and I almost forgot to mention, I offer a very generous discount.
All right, Yanfei, all right. Let's get to the business. You'll have to excuse Yanfei. She's always been like this. Ever the talkative one when it comes to her own...
Paimon was gonna ask the same question. You seem really different.
An Adeptus? I guess. Kinda. My old man said he was one anyway. He mentioned that he once campaigned with Rex Lapis for a long old time. And then after they had me, and once I was all grown up, the two of them upped and left on a journey, leaving me...
Well, that's a bit casual for an Adeptus. Aren't you guys supposed to sign solemn contracts to protect Leela Harbor and all that stuff?
Well, my dad did say that he'd talked it through with Rex Lapis and that he was fine. Anyway, let's not.
Is that so? Yanfei, are you sure you can't find some other way? They have helped Leela greatly, after all. It is only...
I know, Granny, you've told me 1,000 times already. Well, the chasm's definitely a no-go, but there's still a chance we can figure out some alternative...
Whoa, that's a really thick book.
Commercial consultancy. Or Krustle. A Snezhnayan merchant who once came to me, he mentioned that he was considering acquiring some Smaragdus jadeite to make hairpins. So, I guess I'll go look for him. With any luck, he'll have gotten his hands on some Smaragdus jadeite, or might have an idea of where we can find some. Oh, you want to join me? I suppose that's no problem, but it's best if you just stand by and watch. If you try to get involved, you'll Wow,
an Adeptus imploring us to avoid incurring... Best we be a little...
ये बहुत पकाते हैं अब तो क्रसल कहाँ पे है अरे ये क्रसल
Hello, Mr. Krustle.
Oh, good, very good. All thanks to your advice, Miss Yanfei.
You're too kind. I was simply doing my job. Now, I believe that the last time we met, you mentioned that you were looking to source some Smaragdus jadeite to make hairpins.
Well, yes, as a matter of fact, in the end, Miss Yanfei, might I presume that you have an interest in the hairpins? I must apologize, I've already rented them out to a lady named Zhiqiao. If you'd like to inspect them, you may have to—
Wait, isn't Smaragdus jadeite really rare? Aren't you worried about the hairpins getting damaged or lost while they're—
No, I'm not worried in the slightest, because I signed a contract with Ms. Zhiqiao before renting them. The contract makes it quite clear that if she loses or damages the item in question, she must— In return, I included a clause that—
Guaranteed genuine?
Of course. This way, both the client and I have the assurance we need. To ensure fairness, each of us has retained an original—
In that case, might you know where Miss Zhiqiao lives? We'd like to pay her a visit and have a look at the—
Oh, of course. She wrote her address down when we signed our contract.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Krustle.
अबे कितना घुमा रहा है
Oh, whatever shall I do? Yes, that's me.
How do you do, Miss Zhiqiao? We understand from Mr. Krustle that you recently rented. My associates and I are very interested in them. Would you mind letting us—
The hairpins. I don't know how it could have happened. I always kept them right by my side. I spent so much money on them. If I have to pay their original value, there's no way I could come up with that amount of— My family is in the ore business too, but business has been suffering ever since the chasm was— We now have a backlog of paid-up orders just sitting around. A big banquet is coming up in a few days, and several ore merchants I know of will be there. That's what the hairpins were for, well, to keep up appearance. But now that I've lost the hairpin—
Why does Paimon have a sudden strong sense of deja vu?
Would you really? I sent a commission to the Adventurers Guild, but I—
Hold on. Don't run off looking for the hairpins just yet. Miss Zhiqiao.
Huh? Well, I mean, sure.
Let me see.
That's right! Yanfei said she's a legal advisor, didn't she? Maybe true. Though surely there must—
Right. I finished reading the contract. The terms are very clear, and they do indeed stipulate that you must pay Mr. Crossell the original value of the hairpins as compensation for the— Furthermore, the contract also expressly states that the amount of compensation must take current market prices into account. And given the rarity of Smaragdus Jadeite, I fear that the final amount of compensation may end up being significantly higher as a—
Even higher? Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
However, all of this is assuming that it is indeed genuine Smaragdus Jadeite that was inlaid in—
Did you really have to pause before saying that part? Anyway, the hairpins are lost, so how exactly— Whichever way you look at it, we've got to start by finding those—
Except that if we found the hairpins, there'd no longer be any need to check whether the Jadeite is genuine, would there?
Please. Please, don't trouble yourselves over this. However much it is, I will have to pay it. My family are now that it's come to this, I really shouldn't keep Crossell in the dark any longer.
Yes, legally speaking, it seems this is the most sensible course of action. But before that, I have some— So hold on a moment, Mr. Chow. When you first touched the hair—
What did I feel? Well, I remember that the gemstones set into the pins were perfectly smooth to the touch. My family has seen much jade pass through its hands in the past, so
Smooth to the touch? No, it's nothing. I just need to re-examine a few things.
गलत चीज तो नहीं बेच दिया ना? क्या करता है यार?
Ah, Miss Yanfei, you've returned. With Miss Jiqiao in tow, too, I see. You lost them? Are you serious?
I'm sorry. Truly I am.
Mora! Do you have any idea what I had to go through to get my hands on— I just don't— Forget it. Talking won't bring them back. Since Miss Yanfei is here, I suppose we can just have her estimate the amount that needs to—
No problem. But before I can give an official estimate, I'll need to do a little market research. Yes, and if I may just— It was in fact genuine Smaragdus Jadeite inlaid into the hairpins, correct?
Of course! Genuine article guaranteed, or I pay back 10 times—
All right, understood. I'll conduct some market research, and once I'm back, I'll provide an official assessment of the sum owed by Mr. Chow in compensation.
Thank you very much. How could she lose my hairpins? She'd better pay every last mora that the—
Looks like I'll have to find some way to raise that money.
Please wait, Mr. Chow. I have something to discuss. It's not convenient to speak here, so let's find somewhere that we can sit and talk.
क्या भगाते रहते हैं यार यहाँ से वहाँ
Miss Yanfei, what is this about?
No. What I wanted to talk about is, there is a chance that the ore inlaid on those hairpins may not be Smaragdus Jadeite after all.
What do you mean? Are you implying that you already sneaked off and—
Obviously not. I'm no adventurer, let alone a member of the guild. I don't run thankless, time-consuming errands for a living. Let's just say, I don't know if Granny told you this, but Smaragdus Jadeite is found deep underground and contains very concentrated elemental energy. If mere mortals come into contact with it, well, they'll be sick in the best case. And in the worst case, they could even experience a dramatic change of personality. It most certainly would— Mr. Chow, did you at any time feel unwell while the hairpins were in your possession?
No, not at all. I felt perfectly fine the whole time. Not even the slightest bit unwell.
Now that is strange. I noticed earlier that there were elemental traces in Mr. Crossell. If I've deduced correctly, he may still have the Smaragdus Jadeite in his possession.
If that's the case, we should go confront him right now and expose it—
Absolutely not. If we were to confront him now, there's no way he would admit to it. Eventually, he would, and then he'd throw the Smaragdus Jadeite into the sea the moment we were gone. After that, he would simply insist that Mr. Chow pay up per the contract. He would loot. Meanwhile, we would have to look under every stone in Liyue, hoping and praying that the hairpins do actually still exist somewhere in this world.
So vivid that Paimon thinks it might be experience.
Oh, it certainly is. I've seen my fair share of situations like this, and brute force methods are certainly one way of resolving them. Fortunately, I have far more elegant solutions at my disposal. I'll share...
Well then, since you're so experienced in dealing with problems like...
Oh, that won't be a problem. But first, Mr. Chow, can I ask you to please sign...
Huh? Does there have to be a contract for everything? Paimon can't even keep track.
Every time I heard the word contract.
Feels like Yanfei is even more concerned with them than a certain someone else.
These are my formal terms of engagement. Everything prior to now has just been pro bono advice. But for me to investigate any further, any work commissioned but not bound by a contract cannot be...
I understand. Then I will be glad to place this matter into your capable hands if you...
No problem. Just sign here, and I'll sign too. Okay. Now write your address, and I'll also need your signatures on pages 5, 7, and on the very last page. Finally, if you could just use this ink pad to make a hand...
This contract has so many pages. Paimon's all out of...
All right, that should do it. My fees are the same as always, and they're written in the contract. Have a look through and let me know if you have...
I've had a read through. Everything checks out.
Well then, here's your copy of the contract. I will retain the other copy. Not for now, no. Despite how intractable this problem might sound, it will actually be quite straightforward to resolve. I don't believe you have been part of an investigation like this before, in which case...
Miss Yunfei, I have to ask.
Because, as it happens, I'm currently trying to acquire some Smaragdus Jadeite myself. I noticed strong traces of geo-energy around Mr. Crossel, so whether he actually made it into an item of jewelry or not is a separate matter. But either way, it's a lead. As long as we follow it, who knows? We might just be able to get our hands on some... Also, the idea of someone abusing the law to their advantage... But again, let's not dwell on this. Let's go to... Where can we find someone who processes ore? Ah, I've got it! Let's pay a visit to Chateau, the boss of the Jade Myth. If Mr. Crossel had his ore worked on at all, Chateau would undoubtedly have been his first...
Ciao. Don't do Chateau
Why, hello there, honored customer. Surely not more spurious claims that my jade betting is rigged and no one can ever win.
No, nothing of the sort. Has a Snezhnayan merchant named Crossel enlisted your ore processing
A Snezhnayan merchant named... I do remember that. He brought me... That was the first time I'd ever encountered it, so I had no way of telling if it was really Smaragdus Jadeite or not. But if a customer insists, far be it... He was quite generous with his money, too, so I didn't give it too much thought. I processed the...
Do you have any leftover debris from your...
Why, yes. It was my first time encountering this ore, after all, so I kept a few...
Thank you, sir. We'll take a look at...
क्या हो गया?
Try your luck betting on Jade?
तो ये रहा.
Huh? If my eyes don't deceive me, the cross-sections and patterning suggest that, yes, it's not particularly rare, nor is it especially valuable. It's used to make... I've heard it said that Smaragdus nephrite is in fact the outer layer of Smaragdus jadeite, though no...
A thin layer of separation!
If you must see for yourself, try examining these shavings for traces of elemental energy. Smaragdus nephrite is an entirely ordinary ore, containing no elemental energy.
Is that so? Well, we might as well give elemental sight. So, did you find anything? So they really are different. But wait, how come Jichao was able to tell what it was just by looking at the shard?
There's nothing special to it. It just so happens that I've come across a great many of these in my time. These two stones actually look very similar. Someone without a deep understanding of them would find it very difficult. There may be only a subtle difference for the casual viewer, but that translates to an astronomical difference and, I'm sure, a significant difference in the cost of having them carved.
All right, let's focus up. We're going off on a
But never mind, Shirto. Why would Mr. Cross...
Unusual actions have unusual reasons behind them. Let's take some of these shavings.
Miss Yanfei?
If you could just confirm for me once more, sir. Mr. Crossell did indeed claim that the ore he brought to your store was in fact...
Yes, that's right. I still have a record of the job with me, in fact. Here. It says quite clearly...
Then I have no further questions. But could I borrow the processing record and these stone shavings?
Of course. But...
Oh, I have my reasons. Yes. Please sign here on this document shall serve as signed proof that these stone shavings originated from the, ore that Mr. Crossell brought to your store. Please.
Yes, I see. Forgive me for asking again, Miss Yanfei, but...
I wouldn't say there's been an incident, just a minor issue. Thank you.
With this hard evidence to back us up, Crossell won't dare try to deny...
On the contrary, this is far from sufficient to build a case. We need to find something a little more... If you want to make jewelry, you need a professional jewelsmith. Let me think. Jewelry. Aha! Got it! Singxi. She often helps people to find a jewelsmith.
Well, that was quick. How come you know so...
Because lots of people come to me for legal advice. As you know, Liyue Harbor is the city of contracts. And contracts, well, I should say laws, but the amendments made by the Tianquan to our laws are unnecessarily complicated. How can I put this? It just seems like they're hard to understand, and as such, legal advisors like myself provide quite the popular service indeed.
So you help them make sense of the law. But didn't you say that it's hard to understand and impossible to finish?
Yes, well, that's no obstacle, because I've memorized all the legal codices.
You memorized?
You sound surprised. Knowing the law inside out is a legal advisor's bread and butter, you know?
This is how Adepta becomes so adept at everything.
Oh, this has nothing to do with being an Adeptus. I just like...
Again, with that casual...
Well, that's that then. Let's...
Ching ching. Where is she?
Thank you so very much.
Okay, na.
Oh, Miss Yanfei, it's you. Has something happened? Did the client from last time
have no further trouble from then on? Yes, of course. Has a merchant by the name of Crossell asked you to put him in contact with a jewel...
Crossell? Yes, I remember him. He's a merchant from Snezhnaya, no? Yes, he came to me with a chunk of something he called Smaragdus Jadeite. The design of the hairpins that he gave me was quite intricate, so it took me some work to find someone who was up to the job. Eventually, I found an older jewelsmith who made them exactly according to... This order was on hold for a very long time, and only completed quite recently, which is why...
Doesn't seem like there's any evidence to be found here.
Miss Singxi, I'd like for you to confirm for me once more. When Mr. Crossell commissioned you to find him a jewelsmith, did he or did he not assert that the material he presented to you that day was called Smaragdus Jadeite?
Yes, I'm sure of it. The hairpins were made using many expensive materials, and the asking price was quite high, so we had to put this transaction on record with the Ministry of Civil Affairs. Mr. Crossell wasn't very familiar with the necessary procedures, so I filed it on his behalf. I also kept a copy for my own records. See for yourself, the item is called Smaragdus Jadeite Twin Phoenix. The inlaid gemstone is recorded as Smaragdus Jadeite. The document even has the official seal of the ministry.
Thank you, Singxi. Now, could you let me borrow this document?
Sure. It isn't serving much purpose here anyway. I take it then that there's been some more trouble.
Nothing you need to worry about. Just a minor issue. I'll return your document as soon as I'm...
Why is everyone's first reaction always to assume someone or something is in trouble?
That is the nature of legal consultancy.
I believe we have almost all the evidence we need. We just need to make one last trip. Let's go to Boo Boo Pharmacy to speak with Dr.
The weirdo with the snake around his neck? What do you want to speak to him for?
Because only he can provide an authoritative statement confirming that Smaragdus jadeite is harmful to the human body. Once we have this final piece of evidence in our hands, we can...
Yep. Please complete it first. Undercurrent, guys. ये कंप्लीट करना पड़ेगा पहले। तो 22 दूसरा है। ओ भाई ये लंबा है। नहीं कर सकता ये पानी में।
Baiju wasn't in his shop.
Oh, you're looking for Dr. Baiju. He's resting today, but he said to send any patients to the back room.
Ah, okay. Thanks. We'll head on through.
Back room बोला। अरे
Please, show me your prescription.
तो मैं ऑप्शन बोल रहा था। और बाइजू भाई।
Traveler, Paimon, welcome.
It's the Traveler. He looks absolutely beat these days. He has these huge dark circles around his eyes, and he keeps spacing out. You have to call his name several times before he snaps out of it.
I guess that could be
Very peculiar. In all the time we've been acquainted, this is the first time you've come to me with a health complaint. Come.
Okay, Paimon does not like that expression, Baiju.
Complexion is good, eyes are clear, breathing is steady, pulse is strong. Physically, you appear to be in good condition, Traveler. In theory, your energy level should reflect that. You should be feeling right as rain.
Yet I do feel like something is off.
Hence my concern. A clean bill of health is usually a good thing, but in this case, it likely means your situation is more. Physical illnesses come with detectable symptoms that can be used to diagnose, medicate, and cure the condition. But afflictions of a non-physical nature, they fall outside a doctor's realm of expertise.
ये नेटलन का कैरेक्टर लगता है।
Huh? What do you mean, non?
Curses, dark magic, it's hard to say. It could just as easily be a simple case of mental. Why don't you rest here for a bit? Whatever it is we're dealing with, clues to your condition are sure to reveal themselves in time. Once we know the root cause, we can administer the right treatment.
Saying to start with some claiming instance of good nights. There's a good meal.
In the meantime, Changsheng and I will review the relevant literature for afflictions that present with.
We are not expert with this kind of things. I say we should consider, and especially as soon as possible. Baiju.
Oh, must be a rare condition if not even Baiju and Chung. Well, all we can do is take their advice. Just get some rest. Paimon will be right here by your side. Fingers crossed.
Wait, it started over. Western chapter. Rest. Rest करना था क्या मुझे? ये मैंने गलती से चालू कर दिया था actually. Where am I? Thick fog covering my field of vision. Cemetery, but no chilling real life. My pretty wrench from my body and body thrust. Just strange and emptiness peace. Every direction I look in, there's no light and worse than that. I think there is something in the fog following me like a shadow. If this is a dream, how long till I wake up? And if it's not, then where is it going? ये क्या है? But in the something just passed through the fog and stabbed me in the back, but there's no blood. The strange light coming from the looking like looking back in the darkness, deep inside and feel like a part of me is missing now. ये उसका है क्या? स्कर्क का? स्कर्क वाला है? हाँ ये स्कर्क वाला है actually.
Traveler! Traveler! Rise and shine! Time to win! For once, you're making Paimon look like an early riser. It's already afternoon. Hopefully all that sleep did you some good. Feeling any better?
I need you to check if there's a cut on my back.
A cut? What? Did you scratch yourself in your sleep?
स्कर्क वाला actually.
Nope, nothing there.
Did you have a nightmare?
Okay, don't panic. Paimon heard that dreams tell us what we need by showing us the opposite. So, if you had a nightmare, maybe all you need is something to cheer you up. Oh.
Let's see you and Pamela head to the restaurant that something isn't right. Pamela was suspicious.
What? So, in this dream, you were trapped in a weird place with thick fog everywhere. Oh. Okay, well, that's a new one. Are you sure it was a dream? Because from the way you describe it, it sounds like you were really there, but then again, you woke up right where you went to bed. And you were definitely in a deep sleep this morning.
I don't know what to make of it either.
Then, it's decided. Paimon will stay up and watch over you tonight. If anyone tries to mess with you, Paimon
wake
you up first and then we can beat him up together.
There's a way of putting me at ease, but what I saw is still bothering me. That brain was chilling. Like there's something watching me from some corner of the world even now. Something I'm in a dream, but I woke up, there was no one. Actually, if I focus on that area, I feel a bag aching. Almost deep underneath the flesh,
Something is missing?
Did you just say something?
You heard that too?
The flesh remains whole, but the soul is incomplete. Left unresolved, the mind will wither away along with...
What the... Wait! Paimon remembers you! Your child's master! Right! What do you... the last time we saw you was at the Primordial Sea in Fontaine, right? But then we left and never learned where you went after that. Child's been looking everywhere for you, by the way. What brings you to Wanmin Restaurant of all places? You came here looking for us? And were you the one behind that hocus pocus just now?
Tell me, what is it that you saw? Tight-lipped, huh? I suppose that's...
White stars, good.
You. I'll take a glass of wine.
Oh, of course. Coming right up. We make this one in-house. It's not too strong.
Chef Mao, I'll take a grilled tiger fish over here.
Coming right up. If I knew we'd be this busy, I wouldn't have approved Shenhe's vacation.
At the end of the day, what happens to you is of little consequence to me. I'm not here to try and win you over. Trust me or not, if you want my help, now's the time to speak up. You have until I finish my drink.
What do you know about this?
I was investigating an abyssal disturbance in the area and happened to notice you. Part of your soul is damaged, and the wound bears traces of abyssal corrosion.
Neither of those things, so...
You know something and gain or else. You know first then that she tell what happened. I don't think
Well, should we trust her? She mentioned an abyssal disturbance. Maybe that has something to do with what's going on with you. But we could always find a different expert on the abyss to help us out. Yeah, and that thing she said about your soul being damaged is scaring Paimon. Definitely something we should fix sooner rather than later. Skirk's an interesting one, that's for sure. But from what Child's told us, she doesn't seem evil, at least.
पायमन की आवाज थोड़ी चेंज लग रही है.
1, 2, 7, 10. That'll do. Well, have you made up?
Those are dog space shot in the tense fog that through and this. You gave Skirk a brief description of your.
So that's all we know, Miss Skirk. Ma'am. Can you help?
So, you couldn't disperse the fog. I understand. Come find me in the Gwali Plains when you're done here. Oh, and I left cash for the drink on the table. Settle the bill for me, will you?
Oh, okay. Huh? She disappeared!
You and Paimon quickly finish your meal and go to settle.
Wait, hold on. You overpaid. Here's your
Oh, no. This includes the drink, so it should be the right amount.
I didn't think you two ordered a drink.
We didn't. What? It was that lady who came and sat with us, remember? You brought it out to her yourself.
You sure? I could have sworn there were only 2 of you at that table.
What?
What'd you put in their dish, Chef Mao? Some kind of hallucinogenic mushroom? You got them seeing things.
Seeing things? Wait, so neither of you noticed her? Young lady? About this tall? Wearing a purple dress? She ordered a glass of...
Oh, now you mention it, that vaguely rings a bell. And it looks like I did open the wine jar, so it must have just slipped my mind. In any case, that settles your bill. Come again soon.
Check, please. Okay.
Coming!
Okay, what was going on there? It's like they didn't remember Skirk being there at all. Even Paimon was half convinced we hallucinated the whole thing. But that Mora she left for us was Oh, this whole situation is giving Paimon the creeps. But anyway, she told us to head to the Gwali Plains, right? Let's not keep her waiting.
अजीब लगी थोड़ी भी पायमन की वॉइस सुन के. पायमन की वॉइस चेंज लग रही है कुछ. यहाँ पे तो ये लोग
Whoa! What are all these rift hounds doing here? Huh. Looks like they're collecting something. Let's...
This moment will be frozen in time.
Out the frying pan, into the fire!
Wind blade! Freeze! Be free! Dodge this!
So, this is what they were collecting. It looks kind of like... Yeah.
From the moment they are born, all beings with great power have an impact on this world. Even if their body is sundered and their soul extinguished, their influence remains. Gods are the most common example of that. The remnants of gods who fell thousands of years ago remain buried deep within the earth, carrying within them a warped will. Together, these remnants form what you call god remains. And it appears that some of those sealed here were dug up and removed. There are traces left, but they're fading fast. What are you doing?
Nothing! Just wanted to make sure you were... She's definitely not a ghost traveler. Paimon poked her, and she's solid.
After you left the restaurant? The other dinners acted like you were.
Your life hangs in the balance, and that's what you're fixated on? Straight. It was just a trick to avoid being perceived. If someone notices me, those memories are erased. Simple as that. Unlike you, I have no desire to establish a connection with the world. The weak and the lowly have no right to remember me. They're lucky they only have a few missing memories to show. Now, can we please get back on?
Okay. Right. The god remains. So, basically, there's now less of them here than there used to be, right? Isn't that a good thing? In our experience, god remains are 100% bad news. A lot of terrible things have happened because of them.
Maybe it's a good thing by human standards, but power doesn't come from nothing. And it doesn't just disappear for no reason. The remains aren't just gone. They were taken.
Like part of my soul was
Very
taken.
clever, Traveler. You aren't the only one who had something taken from you. There are victims like you everywhere. The only difference being, you can speak, and the remains cannot. So it went unnoticed. Something similar happened in Sumeru. Within the span of one night, countless consecrated beasts were slaughtered, and a large amount of the god remains buried in the desert. Of course, god remains are just one of the targets. The culprit is chipping away at sources of power all over this world, including the Stella Fortuna.
Wait, you mean...
the... 42 of them have died out in the past few months alone. In Conria, people believed that powerful individuals have corresponding Stella Fortuna. Even should that individual fall, their Stella Fortuna would not disappear, but gradually evolve into a new... Yet now, stars are disappearing from the skies entirely, and it's not hard to deduce what's happening to the power they... Something has been leeching power from this world, like a parasite steals nutrients from a host. And now, it's no longer satisfied with the remains of the dead. This time, it only took a fragment of your soul. But next time, there's no telling how far it could go.
But why me?
No one knows. All I know for certain is this. Getting back what you lost will not be easy. Considering how much power this entity has stolen, it must be a god-level being by now at least. But that's not the real concern. Souls are fragile things, and yours could easily be crushed if you go up against...
So, you're gonna help us, right?
We're going to help each other. You are my ticket to uncovering this thing's true...
Well, great! You seem super strong, and you know a lot about the Abyss, so Paimon will...
Don't get all mushy on me. All I'm doing is helping you get back to normal after a sudden crisis. And I should warn you, getting mixed up with me can have unforeseen consequences. We're on very different journeys. You don't want to be in my debt, trust me. You help me uncover the truth behind this entity, and I'll help you recover what you lost. This is a transaction, that's all. You would do well to remember that. Now.
Come along.
Yeesh! You'd think she'd be a little friendlier since she's agreed to help us. But nope, she's just like when we met her in the Primordial Sea. Well, whatever. If that's how it's gonna be, then she doesn't deserve our friendship. What she does deserve is a super embarrassing... Ah! Paimon's got it!
Lavender melon.
Frosty the Lavender Melon! Anyway, the important thing is that we get that piece of your soul back. So, let's follow her.
रुको यार पहले वो टीम चेंज करनी चाहिए थोड़ा कहीं जा रहा पहले यहाँ पे फॉलो स्कोर को अब से और हाँ सुबह भाई मैं कुछ पका लेता हूँ और आई थिंक ये 900 से 1500 ये 2 से 3 ये 800 से 1200 करेगा और ये है 900 से बोनस कर लेता हूँ जरूरत पड़ेगी होगा टमाटर और शुगर नहीं है आई थिंक शुगर में कर सकता हूँ फ्लोर एक्चुअली अबे यार उसको टाइम लगता है ये भूल जाना है टाइम तो आई गेस मैं ये बना सकता हूँ करना पड़ेगा क्योंकि मैं नहीं कर रहा हूँ वहाँ पे जाना वहाँ पे चल रहा है मैं बोला दिख ही नहीं रहा था कहाँ गया वापस आ गया
Whoa! This place is way bigger than Paimon expected.
This is where I live. I suppose it's the closest thing I have to a home here.
Seems more like a...
It is. I brought you here because time flows differently in this. I don't know how much Ajax has told you, but when he fell into this space, I mentored him for 3 months. In that time, only 3 days passed in the outside.
Ajax? Oh, right! That's Child's real name! Yeah, Paimon Rip. So, a month here is equivalent to 1 day in the outside world? That should mean we're safe from that power-hungry soul snatcher for now, right?
Yes, well, I didn't bring you here just to show you around. In the outside world, the Traveler could be attacked at any moment. But coming here has bought us quite a bit of time. Now, we just need to figure out how to investigate that place you saw. The one, both your description and the abyssal disturbance I felt point to that space having some connection to the abyss. It could even be a domain similar. The thief who stole that fragment of your soul is hiding there. But the abyss is a chaotic and turbulent place. If we want to pinpoint their location, we need to see what that space looks like without the abyssal power can grant a special form of sight. Have you ever wielded abyssal power before?
No, but I'm aware of.
Okay. Do you plan to learn?
For now, I'm kind of...
That tracks. All the information you have suggests the abyss is something sinister. And that abyssal power is a wild and dangerous force that always...
And you're saying that's not true?
Depends on your perspective. Floods and hurricanes take countless lives too. But if one day you gain the power to control them, what was once a calamity is now just another tool in your arsenal. I'll respect your opinion, though. Just means we have to turn to the second best option. A little abyss crystal that contains my power. Wear it on your head, and we'll be able to perform dream mirroring when we fall asleep.
Dream mirroring?
It means experiencing whatever the other person is dreaming. Everything they see, think, and feel. Since you haven't studied the art of using abyssal power, and have no plans to jump in the deep end right now, I'll have to do the investigating with dream mirroring. Every time you slip into a deep sleep, I'll see with my own eyes whatever scene plays out in your mind. Then, I can guide you through the dream environment, and we'll take back what was stolen from you.
Huh. You make it sound so simple.
So all I need to do is wait. Is there anything we need?
Tough to say. This is an unprecedented situation for both of us. Even assuming we do manage to find where this entity is hiding. Like I said, getting your soul fragment back won't to play it safe. I need to give you some special training.
Wait, you're gonna teach him some of your martial... Does that mean Then next time we see Child, we have to treat him like our senior?
Do as you want. For my part, I don't see you as my disciple. You're already a pretty good fighter. All I'm planning to do is build on your current skills and train you for the specific scenarios that I think... But that's enough talk. If you're ready to do this, then come with me. Time might be more lenient here, but that's no excuse.
Oh, she moves fast. Paimon can hardly keep up. So, special training, huh? Kind of a rare opportunity. With your skills, there's not... Last time something like this happened was probably anti-Raiden Shogun training, right? Oh, Skirk seems pretty strong too, though. Remember how she said that the all-devouring narwhal was just her master's pet?
अबे मुझे लगा इससे हमें बढ़ना पड़ेगा वो कोई नहीं है अब मैं और ये है
Ready?
तू और मैं
Your training will be split into 3 stages. Testing your blade work, elemental abilities, and reasoning skills. We'll start with blade work. You're no rookie in this area, so I won't bore you with the basics. During your long journey, you've no doubt sparred with a lot of talented sword fighters. Consciously or not, you'll have picked up all kinds of techniques from them.
You bet! There's Kaya, Master Jean, Kuching... Oh, and Kazuha, Ayaka... Yeah, we've met sword masters like you, and you sparred with a bunch of them too, right? Nice to know it's all gonna come in.
Don't get too smug. In sword fighting, techniques alone are not enough. You need a cohesive system to bring it all together. A style or school of fighting. To use the human body as an analogy, your style is your skeleton, the foundation, the framework. Techniques are the muscles and other flesh attached to the bones. This is where your strength comes from. Improving your sword fighting is like growing that body. If your frame got bigger and taller, but you didn't add any muscle mass, you'd be weak and flimsy. Then again, if you packed on pounds of flesh without a big enough frame to support it, you'd end up bloated and unwieldy.
Understood.
You need to do some introspection. Take a good, hard look at your past experiences and figure out which parts of what you've learned are just techniques, and which parts can be used to form your own system of blade work. Only then will you get the full utility out of all your thoughts and observations along the way. Only then will every strike you deliver make perfect.
Wait, is that it? Paimon thought you were gonna teach him some cool new moves. Like when you went swoosh and opened a tunnel to...
One day, you'll reach a new level of power where you realize that even that's as basic a trick as any other. But right now, our sword styles are so wildly different. There are no shortcuts in the pursuit of power. Failure is your best teacher. And rigor, that's all I have to say. Time to make a start. Train until you're satisfied with yourself. Now focus. Destroy the crystal columns as swiftly as you can.
Wind blade!
Oh, this is making Paimon's head spin. Hang in there, traveler!
Standing progress or standing progress. क्या लिखा था मैंने देखा नहीं सॉरी
Stay calm. Use your head. You have to keep it together.
मतलब ही नहीं पॉइंट ही नहीं बन रहा ब्लेड वर्क ट्रेनिंग क्या करा रहा है पता नहीं Speech. These are transforming my whole view of sword work. I'm using the same techniques, but now different effects. मुझे तो कुछ नहीं लग रहा. I'm seeing images of friends are made in Teyvat. There's also sword style of technique.
This moment will be frozen in time.
Cut to the chase.
Oh.
Consider a moment of true mastery that you've witnessed in another person and ask yourself, what lies beneath the surface? What's their guiding philosophy? What's their state of mind as they maneuver their... Now take that and practice it right away with speed, skill, and strength, over and over, until your hand is one with your mind. This is the only path.
Step on up! Dance with the waves!
ये सब तो मिला भी नहीं मैं काय दे रहा ये हारा काय दे हारा नवाद सोच रहा है माय जर्नी प्रोटोटाइप यूज कर रहा हूँ
If you start to tire, empty your mind, but do not stop. Stay in that frame of mind as you keep up the fight. Get rid of all redundant movements. Imagine your sword is an extension of your own body. Wield it just as you wield your arms, hands, and fingers.
'Twas on a deserted, moonlit night that the hero approached the vile dragon's limpid lair. Ring cutter! Feathers fleeting wet, the white heron treads water, a sight without flaw. Master of Inazuma Kamisato art Tachijutsu.
With each slash of my blade, I feel my strength increasing. I don't know. Yeah. Sessions right till you exhausted everyone's.
Huh. Looks like you've made some real progress.
Awesome! Paimon knew you could do it!
How do you feel?
I'm fighting to be.
As you should be. Time flies when you're training hard. You've actually been going for several days now with no rest.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Paimon's had a whole bunch of naps. But you were so full.
Go get some sleep. I'll be doing the same very soon. Let's hope you see that foggy place in your dream, so I can get the...
Ayat? Rest. पहली बार इसको देख रहा हूँ फोटो हाँ सोने से कर लगा Yes. Back in the Skirk said that we then when I spoke sleep and same previous last time talking to but the cheating fog that made my hair and starting. If remaining is a two-way process, maybe I'm seeing inside her mind while she's at home. If there is an inner world, it's pretty bleak and occasionally got the sound of a thing. But other than that, it's a strange creature. What's that? It's wrong. To follow it might be so. Follow the strange.
Skirk, why are you skipping classes again? We've talked about this.
'Cause he's a crabby old man, and he's a boring old man.
Excuse me! You shouldn't talk about your teacher like that!
All right, let's not get into a big fight about this. Skirk's learned what she needs. There's no point forcing her to sit through more classes if she doesn't want to, but I'd still love to hear about what you got up to yesterday. Why don't you tell your dad all about
I went diving, and I saw this huge fish. I never knew they could get that big. It looked kind of dumb, though, with that stupid big fat head. I tried to shake its fin, but it just spat water. Oh, and today, I'm gonna go to that prairie up north. There's supposed to be this giant bird there that can spit fire. I bet if I climbed on its back, it could fly me all the way.
Then I suppose your old dad should get one as a pet too. Otherwise, how are you gonna hear me call you for dinner up there in the star?
When it's time to eat, I'll come back on my own, Zilly. Anyway, gotta go. Bye, Mom.
Wait! Put on a coat at least, you'll catch a cold. I'm talking to you, young lady. You spoil that child, you know. Ever since that merchant ship arrived, she practically lives outside. Always going on about exploring.
Let the kid do what makes her happy. Besides, we both know you're all bark and no bite. Come on, our little adventurer is gonna be hungry when she gets back.
I'm out. The weather's wonderful.
The stars shimmer high above. Mountains as far as the eye can see. An endless snowy plain. Or maybe buildings taller than the sky. Like the people can't be the only one asking these questions. The universe is fascinating. If only I could meet some other people like me. I'm sick of being a kid. There's so many amazing things out there, but for now.
To get back, animation. Huh? What's over there? Something's going on.
Don't let a single one of them get away!
No, please, spare the children! Stay back!
They're coming! Run!
Help!
Eliminate the threat. Take them down.
Don't be scared.
This way!
Fire. There's fire everywhere.
I told you we shouldn't have trusted these outsiders!
Why are you doing this? What did we do to deserve this? We welcomed you with our finest food and drink. Showed you the best our home has to offer. Gifted you cloth, died by—
Run! Save yourselves!
Captain,
Zone 3 is clear and we have Zone 2 surrounded.
Begin extermination. Remember the orders from upper command. No one.
Rest assured, sir. We have enough munitions to annihilate these savages and
Good. The only ones who put up a real fight are that man and his wife, correct?
We shot the man in the ankles and the wife broke her wrist attempting to fight back. They won't be doing much more fighting. They're holed up in their home for now, but they won't last long. To prevent them from making some kind of last stand, we're planning to clear out the other zones first so we can send a bigger squadron to
Well. Turns out some of these beasts do know how to use their claws. Now the threat these savages pose will be undeniable. Let them cling to what's left of their lives for a little longer. Once the other zones are cleared,
It smells like something's burning. What's going on?
Dad? Mom? Skirk, you're all right? Thank heavens.
The female voice.
I'm so happy to see you, sweet girl. But you need to go. It isn't safe here. They'll be back any second.
What happened? You're bleeding a lot. Dad? Mom?
This is the place. Alert all units. Prepare to surrender.
Run, Skirk! Run as far away as you can. Don't trust your dad and I. We're not afraid to stare death in the face, but we need you. My clever girl, so curious. You're already so brave. I know you're going to grow up to be such a positive light.
Whenever you miss us, just play this song. Remember, life is a gift. Don't let darkness claim it.
break down the door! Look what we have here. A savage that can pluck a tune. Well, the show's over. You! Stop singing! Shut it! I said shut it or I'll make you! Fine. Have it!
What was that? गिटार है भाई इसके पास
I found a few clues while you were asleep, but it's only a start. Now, time for the second stage of your training. This time, the focus is elemental energy. Come find me when you're ready to begin.
Element energy.
Man, staying in the abyss feels so surreal, don't you think? No day and no night. It's like time hardly exists. If we weren't careful to keep track, it feels like we'd have no idea how long we've even... Well, except for the fact that Paimon still gets hungry like clockwork. You go do your training. Paimon's gonna...
I'm ready.
The way I see it, the pursuit of power is divided into 3 stages. The first is mastering the use of standard weapons. Next is learning how to harness natural energy. And after that, you're free to challenge even higher dimensions. The natural energy of Teyvat is, of course, elemental energy. But that's not my area of expertise. I draw from a different source of power.
A different source of power?
Abyssal power, yes. Also known as the power of the Void Realm. My master, Sertologi, is a true expert in that area. After all, he was one of the group of 5 that infamously stole the all-encompassing power of the Abyss. An act for which the people of Conria gave them the epithet, the 5 Sinners. The elemental energy of Teyvat, on the other hand, is derived from the power of the Light Realm. These 2 forms of energy exist in direct opposition to each other. Suffice to say, there's not much I can teach you this time.
But there is something familiar about the power use. Almost same with Caro and some.
A keen observation. Call it respecting local norms. The Abyss stands in direct conflict with the will of this world. So, to make my life easier, I disguise my power to make it appear cryo-like in nature. It's a technique I learned from some Conrian ruins, known as the Seven Shifting Serpent. If you ever change your mind about delving into abyssal power, I can teach it to you.
Abyssal power doesn't suit me. I have the ability to verify abyssal power.
So I've heard. You seem to have a knack for removing abyssal power. But is purification really what's going on there? Like I said, power does not simply disappear.
What are you trying to say?
Just thinking out loud. Let's focus on your elemental training. That's what's gonna help us if the situation gets tricky. True growth comes from adversity, but only if you make the choice to pick yourself up again every time you fall. So, it's time to push yourself to the limit, and then keep pushing. This is the only way to use the power of Animo to clear the field as fast as you can.
Animo.
Windblade! Windblade! With the wind! Windblade!
Observe your surroundings. Look for things you can use to tilt the scales of success in your favor.
अबे आना क्या हो गया?
Windblade!
Go training the element power one by one and then die.
Use the power of Hydro to destroy the spikes. Faster! Don't give them a chance to strike you. You need to be quicker than you were in your dream. You can't afford another injury like that.
Go! 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 Water jet! Go!
दूर है क्या? Along the journey, I gained different limited levels. I never trained them all at once.
You
like
need to
this.
understand what makes you special. The ability to wield elemental energy without a vision and switch between the elements. It means your aspirations need no approval from the gods. Your power is not, so be bold. Do not be afraid to
I can feel the power of that. Team other times searching like courage in the river. Secured my eyes. I was with a some very peace battling me for learning and more like saying hello to an old friend.
Very good. It seems you've reached a deeper level of connection with the
How long
elements.
has it been this time?
Long enough for you to lose yourself in your training, which is a good sign. Relentless practice with the elements has drained all your strength, but it's also what allowed you to get some rest. When you wake up, we'll proceed to the final stage of your...
Makes you learn fast. This place again. Did you bring me here? पता नहीं क्या बोलता. First one. Indian Spurs inner wall. And where is it taking me this time? Skirk बच्ची थी. कभी बड़ी होगी तब उस टाइम का भी था.
What is the secret to power? Longing, hatred, self-preservation. No, the fear of losing those you love.
The fear of watching your home.
The fear is the source of evolution. It forces humanity to adapt to their environment and overcome hardship. It is in the process of prevailing over our fears that we surpassed, for that fear is now part of you. It calls on you to evolve.
Oh, what? Daddy, mommy.
Any minute spent missing home is a minute wasted. Practice your sword work instead.
But, Master, I can barely lift this sword anymore. If I keep going, I feel like my...
So it has not broken. Then pick up your sword and keep practicing until it breaks. I want to hear the cracking and after all, bones can always...
I can't breathe. Everything's gone black.
Good, Skirk. Once again, you survived.
Cold.
These are signs that you are adapting to the abyss. Each time the flesh is torn and the spirit crushed, each time you claw back from the... I now understand why these people sought to destroy your homeland. Your potential goes beyond... But you still have much to learn in your pursuit of strength. Your mind is rife with distractions. You must learn to shut out all the pointless emotion. Crush the self that makes you weak. And become... Get up, Skirk. Wipe the blood off your face. Cut away the rotten parts of your flesh. And...
The dream is over, but I can't get getting. I have so many questions about the past where this come from.
You're up! Hopefully you got some good... Skirk said to tell you that she's ready to start the final stage of your training. So, wanna head over now?
So, answer, but right now it's vital that I complete my... When that's done, I can't stop here. ट्रेनिंग खत्म हम लोग फिर बात करेंगे और हमारी भी तो एटलीस्ट ट्रेनिंग तो कंप्लीट हो जाएगी. Begin the third round of special training.
From your training so far, you have gained better command of the sword and more control over your elemental abilities.
It's all thanks to your goddess.
That's only part of it. Experience is the real teacher. Your journey, the friends you have made, the dangers you have faced. Now, it's time to focus on how you react under pressure. You must be able to think rationally, even in unpredictable combat situations. To simulate this, I'm going to attack, and you're going to... Ready?
अबे, block करना है. Block तो कभी सिखाया नहीं game में. Give me your worst.
Not bad. That defensive stance looks near unbreakable, just like your sister. That reminds me, you still don't know what happened to her.
हाँ, क्या बोलते दुखती रख पे हाथ रख दिया.
Hey, no fair! That's cheating!
You think every opponent has the same moral code as you? You can denounce their deplorable methods all you want. But only if you live to tell the tale. The dead don't get to come. Strong emotions will always arise in combat. Anxiety, anger, fear. But a true warrior is never at their whim. Only when you are free from the influence of emotion can you make the right choice. How amusing. Almost sounds like you think you know, but you don't. You can choose your own path. Let's begin. Try to use reason over emotion. Make the most rational and advantageous decision in any given moment. This is your final training session. Look alive. Same drill as before, but this time I'm going to interfere. Hold your focus.
Help me,
go! What? Go!
वो भाई उसको मारा क्यों मारा पता नहीं. अच्छा उनको मारना है. इनका हो चुका है.
Not bad. Better than I expected.
एक्चुअली में उनको मारना था ना, छोड़ो को मार. Positive control my emotions. And it's doing know how should I respond? That's all.
You're getting the hang of it. The first step to controlling your emotions is controlling your mind.
Okay. I think it's working. I could choose. क्या पता और भी अगर मेरे पास एलिमेंटरी तो उस हिसाब से और भी ज़्यादा आंसर्स.
Your mind is rife with distractions. From now on, I shall show. You must learn to shut out all the pointless emotion. Crush the self that makes you weak.
I've been through this kind of training too. How much does the training have to be in? When it's all emotion for pure reason.
Stop. Let's pause here. One look, that's to be expected. There's a limit to how long a human being can concentrate on one thing. Staying calm and focused sounds simple in theory, but in practice, it's more demanding than sword work.
That's right. But the first mean when I feel like I could fall asleep.
Get some rest. No point training further if you're already dead on your feet. Like I said at the beginning, the only goal of this training is for you to... You manage to push past your limits, which is a good start.
Open it up.
Yeah.
Best. फिर आ गया मुझको looks like I'm back in Skirk and let's see. Oh no. How to leave Skirk can't hurt. Take a look around. We should go.
Skirk is amazing. She faced down that terrifying giant.
Oh, she got hurt though, didn't she? I heard it.
Yeah, well, that's a given. But the moment she was on the mend, she got right back to practice. I heard Master suffered a grave injury once too. Lost an arm and a leg and still came back stronger than ever. Skirk's becoming more like...
Incredible. I wonder if I'll ever reach their level.
Pathetic. You're not even trying. You're so much weaker than...
Skirk, have you become a positive light in this world? Do you even remember how many of us perished in that fire? How many bodies were left to rot on the scorched earth?
Keep your gaze fixed on your blade. You don't deserve to rest.
I have so many questions. I just want to jump in a spaceship, explore the whole universe, and get
Now, you must bid farewell to who you were in the past and become someone.
Run! Skirk! Run! Only death.
Let's see here. First things first, you need going around telling people you're from somewhere beyond the stars won't do, now will it? How about saying, you hail from beneath the earth? As the Conrian saying goes, venturing out into the universe and down into the abyss are the same in that both are braving the dark.
Well, I'm a visitor on this planet, so I'll follow.
Ah, splendid. That saves me quite a bit of trouble. Let me offer you a piece of advice in return. Although it might not be what you want to hear. I know the pursuit of strength is important to you, but taking a moment for yourself every once in a while is never... Ignore her existence for too long, and there will come a day when you can no longer hear her.
Okay. The dream is over. I can hear the crackling of fire and the pregnant out of my air grilled me.
You're awake! You must be starving, right? Ta-da! A barbecue feast just for you! Of course you are! That's why Skirk and Paimon got this all ready for you. Dig in! Before it gets cold. Ah, well, if you're around someone long enough, it's bound to happen. Plus, Skirk can cook. So, Paimon decided she can forget the whole Ice Queen thing. Paimon's not one to...
Here's an idea. Let's save the chit-chat until...
Okay. It's Paimon's turn to sleep now. Wake her up when it's...
I have good news. First, your training is complete. You have what it takes to wield immense power. Now it's just a matter of putting it into practice. Continue to learn from your journey, and second, I've located the culprit we've been searching for. Next, we just need to retrieve the missing part of your soul, and our business will be concluded.
Thank you. That was a lot faster than I expected.
When Ajax trained with me, he once told me he was bursting with questions. So I allowed him to ask. You and I may never meet again, traveler. So if there's anything you want to ask me, now's your opportunity. Just like...
Okay. After spending time in Skirk and Nurse world witnessing her memories, there are so many questions I could ask, but for most of it is really
Okay, not the angle I was expecting.
What makes you ask that? Sorry, I didn't tell you earlier, but while you were treating me, I think I saw you. The first time seeing Skirk break her composure, I guess it's really took her
I knew that was a possible side effect.
Closed
Closed off my mind to you for that. Even with the dream mirroring, you should have seen nothing but endless darkness.
Skirk didn't share those now. And in fact, she try her best to keep them from. You know when it's done. So
Whatever. Must have been a flaw in my execution. I shouldn't be too surprised. Due to some recent Since you've seen what you've seen, there's no reason to hide the truth. All I ask is that you keep it a secret. No, I'm not from Teyvat. I'm from a different planet. And there was a time when I journeyed through the stars. A lot like you.
Do you mean you're also the sender?
No, we're different in that respect. You're influencing the fate of this world. But me, several hundred years ago, my master, Sertologi, opened the border between worlds, but this is not my home. And one day, I'll return to the vast unknown of space. So, there you have it. On to your second question.
What is your goal in coming here?
To become strong. For certain reasons, I need to bridge the power gap between me and my master as quickly as possible. But first, to do that, I need to follow in his footsteps. Walk the path he once walked. And somewhere along the way, I'll find out how to defeat him. Okay.
Our goal is to defeat the fall. In here, how? This for our I wonder what those other. Even now to do that answer, I doubt she wants to talk about it. I haven't, but I should ask.
You make it sound so easy. Ever since the incident I experienced there, I've never stopped searching for Master Skirk and that unknown. But it's been years now, and I've still found nothing.
To get Charles some answer.
Well, your last question.
You know Charlie is looking for you, right? Are you going to let him see you?
Ajax, his situation is different than yours. Before you ever crossed paths with me, you'd already encountered many formidable people. So, during your training, all I had to do was build upon that foundation. But Ajax was so young when he came to me. Children can't help but imitate their role models. In the long run,
That would only hint. Once Ajax has enough strength in his own right, I will allow us to meet again. Until then, let that motive.
That was a common calculated answer. It's like she was talking about something. Why? Thank you. To make it sound like the decision has nothing to do with child and nothing to do with her. But what does she actually? The best is complete. The domain must get only after a while. No? That it's been hundreds of years since she arrived in Teyvat. Even longer than that if you account for how short time passes.
Unlike you, I have no desire to establish a connection with the world. The weak and the lowly have no right to remember me. They're lucky they only have a few missing memories.
All the time. She gave me a state answer. So my 3 questions, she has nothing to hold or back. Feel like I haven't heard her.
Wake up your companion. It's time to go. Oh, and everything I just told you. Best keep
Compass as well.
Time to go. Oh, finally.
Where
are we headed?
Just follow me. I'll look.
Chasm. वो जिसने हमारा सोल मैं बता रहा फाइट करना पड़ता है लग रहा है
Wait, this is near the chasm, right?
Yes. If we enter from here, we'll be able to reach that place from your dream. You have some experience with abyssal domains by now, but still, this is someone else's territory. Best to proceed with caution.
Don't worry, Paimon's an expert at hiding behind other people for safety. Oh, but, that means you need to stay safe, traveler.
All right. Remember your training. Time to...
My bad. Skirk से खेलने का मिल रहा भाई ये बिना बाहर क्या 90 लेवल कौन से लेवल का मैं भी 90 लेवल का तो मुझे मेट्रो पावर के लिए
Bombs away!
गायब सबके सब गायब
Paradigm shift.
Wipe out! Yeah.
Whoa! Look at all these spikes! Careful! Don't get hit! You know what? Paimon's just gonna float behind you. Come on, you got this.
ये क्या था भाई क्या कर रहा है
Power.
बेटे
Hey, what are you two doing here? Dusty, like an abandoned house. Let's press on.
ये क्या है? ये क्या कर रहा हूँ मैं भाई? डिस्ट्रॉय भाई, डिस्ट्रॉय भाई। ले जा रहे भाई क्या? I'm destroying. Oh, main आ गया है।
Oh, looks like this is a dead end. Did we make it to his hiding place? Ugh, this fog is making it impossible to see anything.
This should be the place where you were attacked, Traveler. The missing part of your soul should be nearby.
The light that comes from my arm.
Our opponent must have covered his tracks just in case. Otherwise, you should have sensed it much more strongly.
Hold on! Look! The spikes are back!
Stay calm. Let's hold back a little. Give our enemy some wiggle room so we can see what we're dealing with. Our enemy took part of your soul for a reason. It's likely he integrated it into his attack somehow. If we're smart about this, we can track it down.
बस डिवाइड करना है, बस डिवाइड करना है। डिवाइड नहीं है। हाई जाओ।
From the start, the attacks have been focused on me. Trying to break through my defenses? I see.
हो गया। हेड जा रही थी, जोड़ दी उसने। I think यही है उसके साथ।
There. I got it back.
Traveler! Skirk! What happened? It looked like Skirk just got...
In the Guili Plains, you asked me why this enemy chose you as his target. Now, the answer is clear. It's not just the fact that your strength is impressive. It's also because of your ability to, as you put it, purify, whatever that actually means. The fact is, that ability allowed him to do something that should have been completely namely, break through my defenses and steal my power. No, he couldn't have known I'd come to his domain. He only stole your soul fragment because he knew the value of its power. I doubt he expected it to come in handy. Call it fate, if you want. I believe that's the term they use in this world for arbitrary coincidences. In any case, it works to our advantage. Once I realized what he was using that power for, it gave me the chance to get back what you lost. I'll cope. Well, done gorging? Good. Time to answer some questions. How did you get the power of the all-devouring narwhal?
The all-devouring Oh, of course! Paimon knew that spike thing looked familiar. It looks just like that narwhal's horn!
I highly doubt you acquired that power through your own strength.
tell me I'm wrong. You're desperate enough to scour the land for god remains and whatever vestiges of power you can find. That alone proves you wouldn't be able to defeat a creature like that, which leaves one possibility. You know my master, the Foul, Sertology.
The Foul?
The master Ega.
Dares call him Foul?
Just call him.
What's wrong? Bit off more power than you can chew? You're struggling to—
Just a little.
Look! It's back!
Those obsessed with power will let it devour them before abandoning their pursuit.
What should we do now?
Keep calm and use reason to decide the best course of action.
What's that? Power. Because it's hiding somewhere beyond the fog. I have good understanding of the pattern. The fight is proceeding. The chance of winning is are high. Let's go. Breathing is weaker than usual. If we attack now, I already heard our must say it's hard decision. But I think we should get out of it.
Wise decision. Final victory doesn't always come after a sin. You've got your soul fragment back, so we both got what we came for. Let the enemy draw breath while he can. Get us out of here, traveler. You'll need to lead the way.
Skirk, is your shoulder gonna be okay?
The wound is minor. It'll heal in no time. You should focus on getting out of here alive instead.
Uh-oh! Falling spikes! Run!
Go!
Watch out! Looks like this place is about to collapse! So, this guy's power has something to do with the all-devouring narwhal. Did you know that all along, Skirk?
I had my suspicions. That's why I decided to investigate in the first place.
Okay. तो अभी और चलेगा.
I no longer sense his presence. Weaklings like him will find that my power is not so easily controlled. He won't be leaving that place until he's managed to digest it.
The all-devouring novel, his power even managed to see from you all.
You seem surprised. I suppose that's fair. You've seen but a fraction of what that whale is capable of. That gaping maw could swallow a planet whole. It's called the all-devouring narwhal for a reason. Devouring is what it does best. It can extract power from anything, dead or alive, as long as it manages to make physical
Yeah. When we had our run-in with that thing, Neverlet mentioned that it has an instinct to devour.
Your dragon friend recognized the nature of its abilities and used the power of Hydro to protect you. That worked because it was in a satiated state, so it was somewhat less aggressive than usual. It's a different story when it has no more power to feed off of. That's when its true voracious nature kicks in. It could devour everything on the planet in that state, which is why I cast it into that void space. But I hadn't counted on there being anyone left on this planet capable of wielding its power. To me, that says he must have encountered the whale a long time ago. Meaning, he must have known my master.
Yeah, hearing you say the power definitely got a reach now.
Exactly. It told me everything I needed to know. Hence why I said we both got what we came for. And I believe that brings our transaction to an end. Now that you're whole again, you can get back to your own journey. I'll handle the rest of this situation.
No way! We can't leave now! Something was stolen from you because of us!
This isn't my first taste of failure or losing power. When you fall, you get back up again and become...
But what if that monster finds you before you're all back to us? How are you gonna get home? It's not like you can just go swoosh and open a door to the abyss again.
Not without your phone. So, sticking with us for the time being doesn't sound so bad, does it?
It's not pretty. Said I don't want to be in your job. That's like.
Fair enough. Then take this.
What?
A bag of Mora. Nothing in this world is free.
I know that.
I know. I'll leave the planning to you. Hurry up and decide where to go.
We should take Skirk somewhere she can rest. But where?
Far. Pharmacy. नहीं क्या अच्छा वो यहाँ पे था वरना मैं तो जाता
Huh. This bag from Skirk has a ton of more. Does she have a job or something?
Wait, no.
Wait, no. After what we saw at Wamin Restaurant, that seems impossible. Can you imagine? I'll be collecting my paycheck now, boss. Oh, sure thing. Wait, who are you? Have we met? Can't hold a job if you make everyone forget about you. So, what did you do to get all this Mora?
Claimed some buried treasure, took care of a few monsters that were causing trouble. Nothing untoward.
You heard all that?
A sonorous voice like yours is hard to miss. I wouldn't be surprised if the sound of it traveled to the nearest mountain.
Then, did you by chance happen to hear Paimon's little, joke?
You mean when you called me Frosty the Lavender Melon?
Yes, you did.
No, sorry. Paimon totally misspoke just now. She didn't say that at all. It was, a Paimon lookalike. Yeah, she's a piece of work, that one. Always impersonating Paimon and giving people weird nicknames. Okay, fine. The truth is, Paimon didn't like you all that much at the start. But things are different now. You helped the Traveler in a big way, so... What do you say?
I noticed there was only one bed. Go ahead and get some rest.
Wait, what about you?
I don't get tired, and I don't need rest. I'm going to practice my sword work. That should help me regain some...
But your shoulder... Hey, don't just leave! Whatever. Let her tire herself out. She'll come back. Let's get some sleep, Traveler. That comfy bed is calling.
That is stubborn. Even if I try to convince her to take it easy, I don't shitless. Someone's right. Skirk will stop and take a break once you get tired, I hope. क्या आवाज है ना तो ऐसा क्या देख रहा like she can just get stabbed in the shoulder or something.
Quiet.
Do you even remember how many of us perished in that fire? How many bodies were left to rot on the scorched earth?
Keep your gaze fixed on your blade. You don't deserve—
Run! Skirk! Run! Only death awaits.
But there was some bodies. What happened?
Getting an early night's sleep is the best. That bed was... Wait, Skirk? Have you been sitting out here the whole night? The bed's all...
About 60%. Maybe 70.
Whew! Paimon thought it would take at least a couple of days.
No. Not fast enough. That's 20% less than last time. Same training regimen, same intensity. Nothing felt different. But somehow, the outcome fell short.
Maybe it's because of the spike that stabbed.
No. I think the problem's with me. I need to meditate for the next 2 days. Deep introspection should help me find...
Ooh, sounds intense. Well...
Thanks. See you in 2 days.
ओह, एक दिन हो गया ऐसे ही बैठे भाई। ना चेयर की जरूरत है ना करते।
Skirk is still meditating, huh? It's been 2 days already. Shouldn't she be awake by now? Paimon can't think of anything we can do to help. Oh wait! Breakfast! Be right back!
Like she... So again, what are you doing here? देखिए सपने के बाहर ही आ गया। This was familiar, but where am I exactly? There are towering cliffs with the trees and strange rivers flowing. As a watercolor, includes an inflection color of purple in the dark it becomes almost as if did you bring me here?
That's right. This is Skirk's inner world.
Think of
Think
it
of it
as
as...
the soul and
But this isn't your first time here. But what you remember is probably a space covered in darkness. I only managed to illuminate a small portion for you back then. Actually, it's my first time talking to someone. I only managed to break free and bring you here because the injury weakened her power. I guess that's why I can speak. Call it fate, if you want. I think that's the word they use in this world for a lucky... Now, before I take you to her, I gotta ask. You're the first outside visitor to ever come here. So, what's your impression of this place?
There are so many places.
Oh, you noticed. This river represents Skirk's strength. Strength accumulates over time. It is the summation of a person's lived experience. So this river is where all the fragments of Skirk's life should converge into a single stream of memories and emotions, flowing forward as one. But as you can see, this river has been severed numerous times. It's because Skirk doesn't like who she was in the past, and all she sees reflected in the river is a disgraceful shadow of who she was. She cuts through water and rock with the sword of reason, severs her connection with the past.
You must learn to shut out all the pointless emotion.
This isn't my first taste of failure or losing power.
It was such a thoughts to replace all that. Since then, it's been a concern process of unlearning, repeating, and erasing her past self. Of course, that's such a sad thing to think about. What has she been through? Why does it have to be this
The
way?
answer to one mystery invites another. Let's follow the river upstream. There among the cliffs, among the memories etched into her heart, lies the truth of it all. Soon...
करूँगा तो डायरेक्शन बोलो ओह इसने दिया पहले बात है मतलब यहाँ पे फाइट होगी हो भी सकती है like coastline I recognize the drawing in the sand. Wait, isn't that the picture of the roof for Paimon? Why don't you understand?
I've always thought that, even when falling leaves don't come from the same tree, they can like meteors. You both made a journey through the stars. Both travelers who have landed on a planet that is not your home. Yet, when she first noticed your presence, although she hesitated for a moment,
Oh, I think about it since it doesn't at all after what happened at one restaurant. She prepared to discuss other people's lives. She hasn't seen food in years. Because I don't think ever made a connection with this world or but I'm thinking now as a microcosm for entire life.
Seems like you've answered your own question. Skirk sees herself as a trespasser in this world. She's made a conscious choice to avoid altering its path. But the reason... Let's keep going. Still...
आएगा ना खुद ही आएगी नहीं
You now have what it takes to wield immense power. No one can become a worthy warrior through imitation alone. I have given you fangs.
You wish me to travel the world beyond on my own?
Indeed. Make new friends. Embark on your own journey. And we will still have contact through the abyss. But know this. One day, I will take the life you worked so hard to rebuild and reduce it to ashes.
Why?
I have told you before. Fear is the key. You have tasted loss. You have known fear. So deep, but as living beings, we all have an instinct to detach from that which harms us. And thus, pain dampens over time. And the acrid taste of fear become. Yet now, I have bestowed upon you the gift of fear eternal. It will drown you in the nightmare of your childhood. Or it
that because Nexus was look familiar, right? That figure next to I saw the same figure during the battle against the older one.
That is what Skirk's master, the foul Sertologi, looked like at one point in time.
At one point in time?
Of course. As a higher being, he could appear as a beast, a human,
or even a monster,
that defies description. The form you see him in here, clad in abyssal armor.
I used to think Sertologia and Skirk were just master and disciple, like Skirk and Shield. Now I see Skirk choose to distance herself from humanity, Sertologia the old hearted. What downloads her? Well, at the same time threatening to destroy whatever life she...
For certain reasons, I need to bridge the power gap between me and my master as quick. To do that, I need to follow in his footsteps. Walk the path.
That's what she meant. But I still don't assume Sertologia would do that. From what you said, I didn't pick up my content with you.
I'll let you in on a little secret. That the scope of his power is impossible to understand until you've experienced it firsthand. Shall we keep going?
जाना यहीं पे
We've made it quite a ways already. This is Skirk. When she first...
I have set your broken wrist. Tomorrow? No tears this time. Good. Attempting to garner sympathy through tears.
Can I ask a question, Master? I keep thinking. Maybe it would be better if I had died. I wouldn't be haunted by that fire all the time. I wouldn't have to go on like this.
I saved you because I have a plan for you. It has been too long since I fought a battle that demanded my full strength, and I hunger for it. Every so-called genius and prodigy I have faced has crumbled like sand underfoot. Before me, even fate bends the knee. So, I will teach you everything I know. Train you by whatever means necessary, in the hope that one day, You might surprise me.
But I don't want to draw my sword against you, Master.
What you want matters little. Among the boundless sea of stars, the cries of the weak are but faint murmurs that disappear into the void.
Yes, Master. From that day forward, all she knew was grueling training, emptiness, and fatigue. After some time, her talent bloomed, and she gained control over her. It was not that human emotion disappeared from her heart, but that reason came to dictate all she was allowed to feel. I suppose it was at...
Surveyor saves Skirk from disaster when she was a child and never even tried to hide his ulterior motive. So that is unmissed. What really happened with the disaster back then? The final work to serve were cold and cruel, but Skirk's reaction made it seem like it was a truth she all too well. I have a feeling it all comes back. What happened back then?
We're nearly... I almost don't want to reach the end.
So, how shall we proceed? Understand? Understood. Apa? Kok apa ya? Apa? Lanjut.
These are Skirk's. What a simple and carefree time it was. Wisps of clouds dotted the sky. The sun bathed everything in golden light. This is Skirk's homeland. She was so curious about everything as a child. There was so much to discover. The treasures at the bottom of the sea. The secrets beyond the stars. And that merchant ship. It was a spaceship. When it arrived, the people that disembarked wore smiles on their faces and spoke of friendship. They claimed to be merchants, Skirk's parents, her relatives, her neighbors. Everyone welcomed the newcomers with open arms and allowed them to explore the planet. To them, but no one had any idea of what was to come. Several months later, an army of unknown origin arrived without warning and carried out a ruthless kill. Skirk had skipped school that day, like so many times before, so she was not caught in the immediate wave of destruction. But when she came home, countless people cried out to her for help. People she knew and loved. Their lives were discarded like worthless trash as the fire consumed one life after another. Skirk was helpless. All she could do was run. And so she did. She kept running. If Sertology hadn't been there in that moment, the fire would have claimed her life too. And there she would have remained, left to rot in the scorched earth, with no answer as to why any of this was happening. Because she and her people were seen as a threat. As the initial merchant ship explored the planet, they discovered that it hadn't always had the condition to support life. Yet there was evidence of human activity. Even further research revealed that, over time, people of this planet had evolved the ability to adapt to any type of environment or energy source. For that reason, the outsiders viewed them as a potential threat and decided to eliminate them before the threat could rear its head. And so, the army was called, and the so-called danger was wiped from the face of the planet. Senseless, isn't it? Deemed a threat because of a gift they didn't even know they had. Perhaps it was their own innocence and kindness that doomed them. But if those with power get to decide good and evil, then all you can trust in is the sword in your hand. And so, before death could claim her. She ran. She ran and never stopped. No one wants to relive their most painful moments. Well, that brings us to the end of the story. This is as far as we can go. Skirk is waiting over there. Let's go to her. It's time to fulfill my purpose.
So all this, just so you could bring him here.
I have things to say to you. Well, I want someone to witness our reconciliation, even if it takes an argument to get there. And he is the best choice in this moment. Her suppressed emotional self. The version of herself she keeps locked in the recesses of her mind. All those rejected impulses. Those discarded aspects of your past selves. They are a part of me. I am who you used to be. Someone you have refused to face for too long.
You're wrong. I've faced you all along. And that's exactly why I keep... Your existence makes me weak. Moments of joy and longing are when we are most vulnerable. Don't forget, it was a penchant for goodness over reason that doomed our homeland in the first place. The vastness of the universe renders everything insignificant. Our feelings most...
Even so, learning from the mistakes of the past doesn't have to mean erasing. Strip yourself of your so-called weaknesses. Emotions like kindness and empathy, and what makes you any different from the ruthless...
The difference is that I'm doing what is right, what is necessary. I allow you to exist, but with limited freedom. That is the greatest kindness I can offer. I have shouldered everything you couldn't carry. I rose above the numbness and emptiness, and it was cold, unfeeling reason that brought me this far. It made me who I am.
That is the problem. I want to shoulder those things on the grand scale of the entire universe. Maybe our feelings are vanishingly small, but why should that mean they don't matter? Emotion gives warmth to the cold expanse of space. Think back to those nights of gazing at the stars. Those afternoons of exploring the unknown. Think back and let them grant you peace. A brief respite from the pressure you put on your...
That isn't what we need.
Exactly what we need. Aren't you curious about why recovering your strength has taken longer than normal this time?
Finally, you get to the important part. That is the only...
And look around. Look at your inner... You cast aside your dreams and curiosity. And in doing so, you lost your original motivation. You severed all connection to who you used to be. So now, the only things driving you forward are fear and survivor's guilt. But these cannot take you far enough. And so, this river, the source of your strength.
And you think that means I should seek help from a weak little thing like you?
Thank you for saying that. I knew bringing you here would be the right choice. To be honest, I'm not here to argue with you. This isn't about who's right or wrong. And in fact, I agree that in order to make it through the wake of that tragedy, we had to distance ourselves from the pain. But what is right at one point in time isn't always right forever. I know you will never forget that fire. I know the fact that you were the soul, and I know that among the voices that haunt you, mine is there too. Because deep down, you know that you didn't. All those unfulfilled hopes are like knives to the heart. And I don't want you to hurt anymore. So even if you can't accept me,
I keep thinking, maybe it would be better if I had died.
I wouldn't be haunted by that fire all the time.
Your dad and I, we're not afraid to stare death in the face, but...
I'm sick of being a kid.
I remember. There was a song Mom and Dad always sang when we went out to fetch water. Dancing water. The sand along your path is begging for your song and movement. Will you carry this burden with you on your journey? I am not the dancing water, and you are not the burdensome sand. But if this is your wish, then...
Thank you.
I should be thanking you.
Strange creature.
Run, Skirk, run!
Remember, leave no one alive!
Heed my words, Skirk. Let fear take root in your soul.
Did you survive? Why was it only you?
Skirk, did you become a positive light in this world?
Hey, this doesn't have to be the end. Life is a gift. Don't let darkness claim it.
So, you saw my memories then. I once asked my master if survival of the strongest was the law. He said no. But in a world without order, those with no moral boundaries tend to be the ones who survive.
Or is not food protein, but it's right.
That's why, after hearing his answer, an idea that, one day, I would create a new world order. One in which there would never be another tragedy like that fire. One in which power was not the law of the land. But that means I must defeat him. Because my master, Sertologi, is, at the core, a defier of all rules and order.
Sound like you have the walk.
Yes. And not just because of the gap in our abilities, but also because I have no reason to see him as an enemy. Although his decision to train me was not made out of kindness, he did everything a master should. He saved my life, taught me the sword and the principles of strength. And for that, I know. And it's not something I want. But Master never goes back on his word. He's no longer into that. But he sends me messages through the abyss every now and then. Most of them are simple greetings, or an answer to one of my questions. Every time I hear from him, my heart skips a beat. And I wonder if this is the moment where he'll finally appear before me and tear down everything I've built to pieces. Maybe that means I do live in eternal fear, just like he said. Yes, I respect him, but I'm also afraid of him. And for that reason, the pursuit of strength consumes every moment of my life. I don't know what Master has planned, but I have to be ready.
It does attack you one day.
Help me?
But
why?
Because if we want to build the world, we both want to see everyone. We'll do a part, we can maintain the दोनों मिलकर बनाता है किधर रह so cases into the distance sky. That's okay. Don't regret. क्या क्या यहाँ पर? I don't think यहाँ पे I guess ये ऑप्शन ही क्यों दिया फिर ये करो ना डायरेक्ट अबे यार
Oh, you're finally awake. Honestly, Paimon was gone for like 2 seconds and then she comes back and finds you both unconscious? You're both okay, right?
What does it look like?
Looks like your sense back. You're stronger than ever.
Only water from the source can cleanse the rot and filth that flows from the past. And I taught you to incorporate the experiences from your journey into how you fight. I suppose what happened today will become an
Okay, so Paimon feels like she's missing some important but whatever. Paimon brought back tons of delicious snacks. Let's dig it.
The 3 of you enjoy the snacks.
All right. It's about time we finished what we started.
We're gonna deal with this thief for good, right?
Finally, let's show him what we're made of.
This time, I'm not going to tell you to hold back. But having digested even more power in the meantime, he's going to be tougher. The good news is, we have no reason to pull our punches this time. So.
पीछे वहीं पे जाना पड़ेगा. I think अभी direct final boss fight है. Final fight ही होगा. Let's go. दो मिनट रुको मैं आ रहा हूँ 2 minutes wait for me पास बहुत आ रही है Okay. Okay, I'm back. Let's see. कहाँ जाना था एक्चुअली मुझे? पहुंच गया। ये भी आई गेस होने ही वाला है, लास्ट ही फाइट है, डायरेक्ट वहीं पे जाएंगे आई गेस। ये वो सब तो अबे उसी के मास्टर को ही मारना है क्या?
Isn't that the form the all-devouring narwhal changed into? How come he knows that too?
Master. That's what the follower should look like.
Really? So, you're telling Paimon that giant whale and this guy can both turn into the fowl? How does that work?
It's a subconscious instinct. Any intelligent being who longs for his level of strength is bound to mimic his appearance. It's a natural response after encountering someone as powerful as Master. To them, he represents ultimate power. We know the person before us has encountered Master, and we know he stole a portion of my power. So it's not surprising that he would assume this form.
Okay. Oh, the closer Paimon looks, the more intimidating it gets. Nervalette isn't here this time, so it's up to us. He won't have the nerve to steal again after we're done with him.
Hey.
Wipe out! Go! Go!
Into the void! Annihilate!
Haven't forgotten your training, I hope.
Go!
कहाँ गया?
Go!
अच्छा, क्या सकता था? कहाँ गया वो?
Bombs away!
Mine to wield.
Future beyond this world.
इधर है। कोई ना बात। डिस्ट्रॉय भाई, डिस्ट्रॉय कर। This way, watch out.
Haven't had enough of my power.
It's a masterpiece.
Well then, Let's see how much more of this power you can handle.
प्रोटोटाइप रैंक और से मार रहा है इस और कहां गई ये भाई पकड़ तेरी प्रोटोटाइप रैंक को आई थिंक वही नाम है इसका आई डोंट नो कोई और है
Well, have you come to your senses?
You saw that my body was at its limit. So, you deliberately channeled your power in such power. Such keen battle instincts. So you...
Skirk, Sertologi's disciple.
How long has it been? How long has he been away from Teyvat?
Hundreds of years.
Hundreds? Sorry. It's a lot to take in. I should introduce myself. I am Skafnungar, a friend of your master and one of his followers. This is the first time I've heard your name, Skirk. But hundreds of years ago, I knew you existed. And I knew you would come.
Hundreds of years?
Sounds like you and Master have quite the history. Care to tell us about...
Of course. Might as well take advantage of a clear head while I can. I was born into a noble family in Conria. As the eldest son, I was set to inherit our title. But I contracted an incurable illness as a child, and everyone gave up. I trained the sword harder than anyone else, defeated all of my peers. But it was all in vain. When other people looked at me, all I saw in their eyes was pity or a strange glee in my misfortune. Even my parents. Over time, my heart hardened, and I became... We were similar in age, but different in background. He was born in prison, the son of criminals who had been sentenced to death. He spent his childhood wandering the streets, facing more criticism, yet he always wore a smile on his face, as if kindness and malice were one and the same. And he... I still remember what he said to me when we first met. You need to fight to survive. Even if it's a losing battle, it should light a fire under you. How can you sit back like this and go...
That does sound like something he would say.
He was the first to acknowledge that I was worth something. And he inspired me to keep going. When we sparred together, it was the first time. When I was 10, he stole forbidden research materials and managed to cure my illness. It was like there was nothing in this world he couldn't accomplish when it came to the human form. But somewhere along the way, I fell behind. My talents were nothing compared to his, and at some point, I realized he had... After his grand endeavor was successful, he...
This planet no longer holds anything of interest to me, so I'm leaving. But first, I have an offer. I can use a power I have just refined to break... Your death was once what we worked so hard to prevent. But the immortality you now face is a different kind of pain.
I'll pass. Immortality doesn't sound so bad to me. Since I can't die, it means I have an infinite amount of time to get stronger. Maybe I'll finally...
Are you sure? I cannot say when I will return. Your body, or rather...
All I can do is try. After all, a wise man once told me.
Wise indeed. Nevertheless, if you grow weary of the pain of immortality, and wish to experience a good sparring match before you wither away...
Pick out my disciple.
Disciple?
I
Never thought I'd hear that.
Nor I. But Vedifenir said I was destined to find a disciple out there in the universe, and bring her to Teyvat. You know as well as I, Vedifenir's prophecies are never wrong.
Well, now I'm curious.
All Vedifenir said was that one day, the stars shall bow in her honor.
Sounds pretty...
Of course. Only the most outstanding people would have the right to become my disciple.
Still self-assured as ever, I see.
I'll be leading them. Oh, and if you were serious about getting stronger, I left you a little gift in the primordial sea. As I've said before, walk whatever path you want. Freedom.
Waiting for me in the primordial sea was the all-devouring narwhal, already beaten into submission by Sertologi. In its weakened state, I was able to cut off part of its flesh.
Your heart? That sounds like torture.
Because, of course, I bear the curse of immortality.
So, you used the curse to turn yourself into a vessel. Even with that whale's ability, devouring power like that is not something the human body can withstand. With your body and soul constantly at the breaking point, it was the curse of immortality that says, but that is not the path to strength. You have to pour your heart into it, work for it, dream of it. Instead, you stole something that didn't belong to you, and it backfired.
You're right. I should have known better, but I had already pushed myself to my limits, and he was still miles ahead of... I miss your master. I miss the days when we were all together, troublemakers without a home.
After the beating we just gave you, I think we can...
Sertologi's disciple. That's a lot to live up to. It can't have been an easy... I know what he's like. He rules with an iron fist, using despair and fear to force you to catch up to him. All the while, standing ever out of reach. We're like mountain climbers in the dark, never knowing how much higher we have to climb. Or...
True. But I made up my mind long ago. No matter how dark it gets, I will not give in to... Besides, after hearing your story, I suspect what Master really wants is not a battle that demands his full strength, but rather...
Oh?
Since you're his friend, you must have some things. First time we came here, when you stabbed me through the fog and stole my power, I felt no emotion coming from that spike. But when you had to devote all your strength fighting me just now, I could feel joy and passion emanating from your blade. It was the joy of a researcher discovering the truth of the world. The joy of an artist uncovering a...
Interesting. I'm certain I didn't express those emotions outright. Yet you were able to read them from my blade. Like a glimpse. You're right. That battle brought me an unbridled sense of joy.
Exactly. I think Master also craves a battle. One where his opponent forces him to use all his strength, unlock the extent of his potential, and transcend his own, after which all can come to an end. Including, perhaps. For that very reason, good and evil are meaningless to him. He has one purpose, one goal, to complete himself.
Perhaps you're right. Perhaps that is his goal. What a battle that would be. Oh, to witness.
Are you okay?
Too many different kinds of power are surging through my body. The curse of immortality allows it all to go. I won't be able to hold on to my sanity for much longer. What a shame. I would have loved to witness that battle. Sir Deloji once offered to free me from this curse. Now, I must ask that of you, Skirk. Can you release me from—
I can, but not through death, if that's what you were hoping for. It's not a suitable punishment for your crime. As an alternative, I can take your consciousness, along with all the power you've consumed, and smash it to pieces. The impurities will dissipate, and under the curse of immortality, your mind and body will regenerate. When that process is complete, you will be back to who you were before, no longer tortured by powers you can't control. But it will be a time-consuming and painful process. The decision is yours to make.
I accept. And who knows? Perhaps I have faith that you'll be able to stand against him one day. Though, if we are climbers in the dark, it appears the dawn has finally broken for me. At least, it looks like you are not alone on your journey.
I will reach the top of this mountain, no matter what it— And you, Skofnunger, will be my witness.
At the end of
end.
That's finally over. Let's get out of here. Huh. At least we don't have to make a mad dash for the end.
So gets into the distance car. There's nothing. What? Special yes sir. एक फोटो क्लिक कर रहा था उसमें मैं नया
We did it! Ah, it's only been a few days. Once again, we've proved there's nothing we can't overcome. We're just— Wow! You sound even more confident than usual. Guess you really have to— Today sure went by fast. It's night already. Oh wait, that reminds Paimon. The stars you mentioned. The ones—
Yes. The power Skofnunger stole has been returned. So—
Great! Huh. It's crazy that you even noticed their light was gone. There are so many stars in the sky. If a few disappeared,
I suppose it's because I have gazed upon this sky for centuries. The false stars, hanging in the meticulously— It's not real. And yet, even the most beautiful of bubbles has to burst. Time marches ever forward. Even the innocent and naive will taste life's bitterness. Yet through hardship, we grow, until we learn to seize the sands of time for us. Though we gaze upon a false sky, its vastness and majesty is palpable. One can only wonder, what is it going to take for kindness to reign supreme in the vast
Ugh, this is all going over Paimon's head. But if she knows one thing, it's that the Traveler— ever since we met, he has filled Paimon's days with happiness. No matter how tough things get, he always— If it's too big a job for one person, then we'll do it with two. We've met so many amazing friends, and accomplished so many amazing things.
I suppose when it comes to you, well, I should be going. Now that my power is no longer isolated from my emotions, I need more practice. I suppose fate will decide. Maybe we'll bump into each other on the street. Or maybe, regardless, reunions and partings are but passing moments. More than anything, I hope one without war, pain, or forced partings. One word for this. We must all work to become stronger. If that's what you want to call me.
Bye! Is it just Paimon? Or is she being nicer than before? Hey, what do you think about camping here tonight? There's nothing quite like sleeping under the stars. Come tomorrow, we can continue our journey. Oh, and since Paimon treated...
Let's complete it. Oh, ठीक है। कंट्रोलर की बैटरी हो गई तो खत्म। ये अटक जाता है। कुछ नहीं करना है। अभी हमारे देखा नहीं है। Okay, I can do this. Okay. इसमें कितना बड़ा बड़ा है? और wrong. Mission. कम की जरूरत नहीं है। वहाँ पे जाके पहले को एक्चुअली आज बहुत टाइम लगेगा ना क्या करना चाहिए कैथरीन कहाँ है अबे वो किधर गया ये गया मैं वहाँ पे आ गया वहाँ पे कहाँ पे हो रहा ना ऊपर
Ad Astra. Thank you for completing today. Ad Astra Abyss.
Level increase, reward drops.
Ad Astra Abyss.
Meet. Yeah. ये आई थिंक काम आता है मुझे आया नहीं भाई काम plus and plus. ये हुआ ना complete. Complete भी कर दिया हम लोग ने. ठीक है चलना. 5 star. First run. हाँ जी. क्योंकि आज नहीं करेंगे क्योंकि मेरे पास कंट्रोलर से करेंगे भाई ये. यहाँ पे जाना था. टाइम पे बाइक अवेलेबल नहीं था ना.
My, to what do I owe the pleasure? Though I'm afraid that if you're looking for our little Chi-Chi, she's out gathering her. And if it isn't Miss Yanfei as well. Now that's an even rarer honor. What business brings you here, might I inquire? Some charlatans peddling ineffectual medicines again?
No. I'm here this time to ask if you're familiar with Smaragdus Jadeite.
Smaragdus Jadeite? Why, yes, there is some information about it included in the 6th commentary on the 7 Mountain Treatises states that this substance springs forth from stone marrow within the mountains and will bring disaster to any mere mortals who... It is abundant in elemental energy, so if someone without a vision is in contact with it for a prolonged period, best case scenario, they fall ill. Worst case scenario, they'll suffer great changes in personality and their illness will... Anyway, I'm sure you didn't come all this way just to chit-chat. Knowing you, Yanfei, and given the specific... I suppose that you're about to ask me to write an official affidavit attesting to the pharmaceutical peculiarity...
That is indeed the case. If you would be so kind, Dr. Baizhu.
No trouble at all. It's just a single document. Won't take me a moment. I would mention, though, that you are not the only one who's developed a curiosity for Smaragdus Jadeite recently. A Snezhnayan merchant came to... But after I gave him my reply, his expression shifted to one of remark. I wonder, Miss Yanfei, if your pressing business might be related to this Snezhnayan merchant?
You needn't concern yourself about that, Dr. Baizhu. Thank you for penning us that document. I'll make sure to compensate you in due course.
You're too kind. Take care now.
That Baizhu guy is as weird as ever. Is it just Paimon, or does it feel like he was fishing for something back there?
Dr. Baiju's always been like that. Well, we have the...
Miss Yanfei, have you finished your investigation? I trust you will now be in a position to assess the compensation due.
Yes, my investigation is indeed concluded. I can now provide a final figure for the amount payable.
Wonderful. Well then, please, could you do the honors, Miss Yanfei?
Of course. According to Mr. Crossell, you must pay Mr. Chow 10 times the original transaction price in Mora.
Sure. Wait, what? Me pay her? Surely there's been some kind of mistake, Miss Yan.
Not at all. According to my investigations and the material evidence that we've gathered, the substance claimed to be Smaragdus Jadeite that was inlaid within the Smaragdus Jadeite twin phoenix pins that you rented out to Mr. Chow was, in fact, Smaragdus Nephrite. Now, the contract states very clearly that 10 times the price shall be paid should the article not be genuine. Accordingly, you are liable for this sum, which is payable to Mr. Chow in Mora.
Material evidence? What material evidence? Why, Miss Yanfei, you cannot frame me like I spent a huge sum to obtain that Smaragdus Jadeite, and yet you claim that the ore inlaid on the hairpins is somehow fake? I demand—
Indeed. Only a testimony from an expert witness involved in the processing of the ore can serve as an authoritative assessment of whether it is genuine. Traveler, please produce the evidence in question. This is a processing record from the Jade Mystery, along with stone samples and an affidavit signed by the business owner
Seriously? Even the boss there couldn't differentiate between Smaragdus Jadeite and Smaragdus Nephrite. How does this prove? In any case, Smaragdus Nephrite is the outer layer of Smaragdus Jadeite. So I had him cut away the nephrite, he returned the valuable jadeite core to me, and some nephrite samples remain in the store.
That's an unsubstantiated
Well, your claim that my ore is fake is just as unsubstantiated. And we are here to talk about—
Ugh. Looks like our first piece of evidence didn't convince him at all. Seems like he came prepared.
Hard evidence, something legally binding. We have just the thing. Show him.
This document proves that my hairpins are the real deal, doesn't it? This is the Ministry's seal, after all. It shows that the ore inlaid on the pins is indeed Smaragdus Jadeite.
Our second piece of evidence didn't work either. And this guy's getting more belligerent.
You know, you could be right. Perhaps the hairpins are the real deal after—
Of course I'm right. All the evidence shown supports my—
Well, hang on a moment now, because I do recall one final piece of evidence that we haven't revealed. Traveler, would you do the honors? This shall serve as decisive proof of our case.
What's—
Smaragdus Jadeite springs forth from stone marrow within the mountains and will bring disaster to any mere mortals who touch it. Sustained contact with Smaragdus Jadeite over a prolonged period will, in less serious cases, cause a mild malady, while in serious cases, the patient may suffer a dramatic change of personality and fall— Mr. Crossell, were you aware of these peculiar properties of Smaragdus—
I had—
No idea, you say? I had guessed as much. But for you to have rented out such a dangerous— I'm afraid that this falls outside the scope of my work, but within that of the Ministry of Civil Affairs. However, I'm sure that the Ministry will be relatively lenient, considering that, as you say, you were ignorant of the danger you posed. Don't worry, Mr. Crossell. I will make sure that all the evidence presented here will be handed over to the Ministry. I trust that you'll give them your full cooperation in their investigations.
What? Wait!
Oh, so you knew? Oh, dear Mr. Crossell. But if you knew of Smaragdus Jadeite's dangerous properties beforehand, why would you—
Huh? No, The hairpins aren't actually
inlaid with genuine Smaragdus Jadeite? Is that what you were about to say? You do understand, Mr. Crossell, that this means that you will have to pay Ms. Zerchow 10 times the original price in— Mr. Crossell, your answer, please. My client and I are waiting.
Yanfei's seriously intimidating right now. It's like she's a different person.
I admit it. I confess. The ore I had inlaid on those hairpins was Smaragdus Nephrite. But I'm a victim in all of this too. I invested a great deal of time and money into acquiring that small amount of Smaragdus Jadeite, in the hopes of turning it into a piece of jewelry that would fetch a fine price. But after receiving it and carrying it around for a few days, I started to feel extreme discomfort. I couldn't sleep a wink or eat a single bite. I went to Boo Boo Pharmacy to get myself checked out, only to discover that this sort of stone cannot be worn as jewelry. But how could I let all that money go to waste? That's why I had another pair of hairpins made from Smaragdus Nephrite, which is almost indistinguishable from Smaragdus Jadeite. I kept the real Smaragdus Jadeite in a specially made box. I daren't touch it again. I was worried that someone would see through it, which is why I only dared to rent them out, not sell them. And then to top it all off, Zhiqiao lost the hairpins after I rented them out to her.
So why did you charge her?
Exactly! If they weren't the real deal, why'd you make her pay so—
I didn't want to either, but when I purchased that Smaragdus Jadeite, some of my business partners found out. I knew they'd be watching closely to see how much I could make off. If word got out that I sold a pair of fake hairpins, then my days in this line of business—
All right, let's cut the appeals phase right there. I failed to see what bearing any of this has on your transaction with my client. According to the contract, you must pay Mr. Chow 10 times the original price in Mora, and that is
10 times?
Croso looks like he could faint any second.
As for me, according to my contract with Mr. Chow, 20% of that sum will go to me.
20%? That's as much as I spent on that Smaragdus Jadeite.
There's no need. It's fine. You don't have to pay me that much, Mora. Even if the Smaragdus Jadeite on those hairpins was fake, I still bear responsibility for losing them. Legally or not, I think I owe some compensation.
Ms.
However, Mr. Crossell, since you have no use for that chunk of Smaragdus Jadeite, why don't you give it to me instead? I'll consider a...
What? But all right then. This cursed rock...
Miss Yunfei, I'll turn this Smaragdus Jadeite over to you. I trust that it will suffice as remuneration.
Well, that's not quite how the rules say this should go, but whatever.
Thanks so much for your help this time, Miss Yunfei. When you have the time, I'll be sure to visit and express my thanks more.
Oh, come on. No need to stand on ceremony. Now, if I may confirm this again, Mr. Chow, have you and Mr. Crossell come to an understanding?
Well,
Well then, that's good. Mr. Crossell, it seems that my client has no further claim.
Is that so?
Actually, Mr. Crossell, I'd like to talk business for a second. If I could see from the hairpins you produce that you're very skilled in jewelry design. My family, on the other hand, works in the ore business, and we have a fair stock of fine ore. If we could join forces, your jewelry designs and our choice ores, I think we could do some fine business between...
Let me think for a moment.
Well, that's that. And we've got the Smaragdus Jadeite that Granny wants too. All's well that ends well, eh?
Exactly. Usually when someone tells us they've lost something, we end up searching all over the place for it. But this time, you managed to solve the problem with just a big stack of documents. Even though the solution didn't involve actually finding the hairpin.
The right solution depends on your perspective on the The objective of my client, Mr. Chow, was to reduce her liability to pay compensation. So, rather than looking high and low for some hairpins, proving that the rented item was nowhere near worth what the vendor had claimed it to be was the more efficient solution. An Adeptus. Speaking of, you took part in that battle, didn't you? In which case, you would have heard what Granny said. Liyue Harbor is now a city ruled by humans. The title of Adeptus means precious little to me compared to my job as a legal In any case, don't you think that the Liyue Harbor of today needs legal consultancy far more than it needs adeptal powers?
Paimon can think of someone who would definitely disagree with your reasoning.
I think there's more than vision.
Well, since we got what we came for, it's time to pay Granny a visit.
If I run, mud will get on my clothes. If I fly, the rain will make my cape too heavy. Better find somewhere to wait out the weather. The sun is an eternal flame, and the people of Natlan never shy away from meeting its gaze head-on. Of course.
Ah, you've returned. How did it go? Were you able to find... Good, good. Then we have...
Well, if we're all set, Granny, I'll get going now. Got a ton of clients waiting for me back at the office.
Oh, you. All right, then. Go see to your business.
I'm off then. Bye! Oh, yes, Traveler. Make sure you don't lose the business card I gave you. I've been looking into the laws of other nations as well. If you should ever bump into any trouble with the law, come find me directly. Right?
Come now, child. Are you leaving or are you not? If you have no wish to leave, perhaps you'd like to help me clean my...
I'm leaving! I'm leaving!
That child. Goodness knows where she learned to be so rambunctious. Her father was hardly so riotous or fond of talking nonsense back in the day when he stood beside Indeed she is. Liu has changed, and Yanfei might be overly garrulous, but she is also the most intimately acquainted with the city among us all. Liu is not the same. All right, then. Let us speak of this no more. Back on topic. I believe...
Oh, Paimon's so excited!
It is but a single teapot. It shan't take... There we go. Hold it firmly. If you were to drop it... Oh, goodness. Take these blueprints with you as well.
Wait a minute, Granny! How exactly are we supposed to use this teapot?
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I've already arranged for a certain little helper to await you within this teapot.
Serenity bottom.
Wow! This teapot seems even bigger inside than Madame Ping's! There's even a great big house, huh? But there's just a whole load of nothing around it. Paimon can't do that! Well, you're the one with the sword anyway! Still, why is it so... Oh, wait a second. What is that?
Well, it seems that we have a visit.
Ah! It's Tubby! From a distance, Paimon thought it was just a huge finch. So you're the little helper.
Madam Ping? Oh, you must mean Ping. Yes, she did summon me here. You know, back when we met in the Mondstadt Tavern, I had a feeling that we would meet again. It seems I was right, but it's still a nice surprise to me. You may leave all matters regarding the upkeep of this realm to me. Your journey may be far from over, but at least this way, you will not want for a comfortable place to sleep. Though it is the Adepti who create realms such as this, they generally do not have the time of day to attend to the banal matter of their... Thus, we teapot spirits were created to help guard their realms and manage them. You may consider me a butler. Now, allow me to have you any blueprints on you? As long as you have a blueprint, you can refashion this realm.
Blueprints? Oh, that's...
Yes, these are the blueprints I'm talking about. Just commit the image of the objects to memory and then simply release the thought from your mind and the object in the blueprint.
Wow! Is that all it takes? Then we could build...
I doubt it. A golden-eyed adeptus explained this to me at some point, and he said that even though subspace creation is a product of adeptal power, this world is not a true one after all. It provides merely a moment of brief respite from the mortal realm, not a
A golden-eyed adeptus? Paimon wonders...
I hardly remember myself. What's more, I have never seen that adeptus again since... Well, let's not dwell on that. Have a look around. Best you get accustomed to this. If there's anything you would like to ask,
the Serenity Pot. To flip the teapot, spirit inside the Serenity Pot will learn about the magics of you can create all kinds of items from creations. It is used to create the item for the world. After obtaining a furnace, place a mission to increase the adapted energy rank of the Serenity Pot. Currency will accumulate a faster rate. In the realm depot to purchase various items. Consider while a depot traveling south. Code
Sometimes a shrouded path is not meant to be walked. Move forward with blind ambition, and the smoke might suffocate you.
Get it there? कुछ भी लगा दो है फ्रेंड 7 फोर्स करते हैं क्या ये तो वहां में भी जाके फोर्स कर सकता हूँ प्रोटोटाइप और पापा मोर प्लान नहीं कर दूसरा बात कर You're not going to ask me for help with this. What should I do now? Marketing. Idle depot. Stop. मेरा घर है तो केस करना था मुझे F7 करंट है करूँगा कंपेनियन ठीक है क्या हुआ ये सब टक्कर क्या रहा replica ये था क्या क्या मिल रहा था
Having a favorite animal, or vegetable or fruit, can help us recognize what kind of people we want to become.
क्या है बाइनोकुलर
Someone told you the Masters of the Night Wind is a tribe of weirdos? Who else is there? I thought I was the only one.
अब मैं छत पे बस काया को हटा बस कर। रखना है खाली होगा क्या बता है उसमें कैसा है एक और है तो अभी ना आ गया यार और भी चीजें होगा ना इससे बाहर कैसे निकलें? यहाँ तो पहले तो भाई मैं यहाँ पे जा सकता हूँ क्या के मतलब क्या है लेकिन हाँ ठीक है तो ये अपने पास बहुत सारी चीज ठीक करते हैं कल करते तो मुझे वो मिलता नहीं ना स्टार्टिंग से स्टार्ट करो Jack and cats करता हूँ सर first stage back okay just to unlock fishing बिना बात फिशिंग के लिए तो खोला है मैंने फिशिंग कर और उसको एक पोला मिलता है कैच करके fishing assistant with that fishing talk to other nah I've been really active this season. हाँ मैंने वो भी नहीं किया फिशिंग good at fishing पहले कभी किए फिशिंग पहले तो फिशिंग मिली भी कि नहीं मिली इधर लाइक अबे हाँ इसमें नहीं था वहाँ पे था याद आया यहीं पे तो दिखा रहा था बस लेट्स सी शिंग हमारा ये मिला मुझे ये एक्सप्लोडिंग पॉपुलेशन का उसकी पार्ट है वही पार्ट है
Having a favorite animal, or vegetable or fruit, can help us recognize.
क्या करना है करना क्या अबे अच्छा है नहीं समझा करना क्या
Don't worry about it. Let's try again.
करना क्या था नहीं समझा
Steady now. It's the final
थोड़ा थोड़ा समझा क्या can I also face the repair hand? That means apartment. This also organ to Paimon. Elemental fish. Okay. मैं मरूंगा उससे काया क्यों रखूंगा
Cool it.
How you do it? एक्सप्लोरेशन पॉइंट ही कर रहा हूँ ना मैं अब एक सीधी नहीं है क्या तो भी खेल रहा है Elemental fish ये नहीं है ना ऐसे ही है ना
You've got it! You got it! You made that look easy!
ये तो बहुत बुरा लग रहा है पता नहीं वो ये सामान है फाइन फाइन पता नहीं आई गेस इससे मेरे को कर नहीं रहा
The pitch black whale inhabiting the outer sea depths.
Hello. Bison. होता क्या चाहिए क्या ये तीन चाहिए चिंगन से काम कर रहा है यहाँ चलता है। यहीं पे गया था ना मैं। करना होगा गलती कर दी। ये छुएगा कोई नहीं आ रहा भाई। आई थिंक ये लुक के लिए नहीं, पेट के लिए ही है। के लिए पहले मुझे ये देख।
Yeah, you nearly got him. Whew, that was a tough fight.
एक और नहीं है मेरे पास ये चीज ये होता है कैसे।
Steady now, it's the final. Whoa, nice catch.
अब बता वो लास्ट वाला ये खत्म।
You've got it! You got it! What is it? What is it? Is it another Paimon?
Paimon? कर रहे क्या?
Steady now, it's the final stretch. What is it? What is it? Is it another Paimon?
बस मैं एक ही बात बोलता रहा। सही कुछ कहाँ पे और है कहाँ बताई थी वहाँ चलते हैं I think
If I run, mud will get on my clothes. If I fly, the rain will make my cape too heavy. Better find somewhere to wait out the weather.
यही पहले पेट पर
So close, so close! What is it? What is it? Is it another Paimon? Victory is almost ours! Whoa! Nice catch! Steady now! It's the final... Whoa! Nice catch! So close, so close! Whoa! Nice catch!
चले नहीं है oh
You've got it! You got it! Whew! That was a tough fight!
आ रहा है वो ये भी है ना आया
Victory is almost ours! Whoa! Nice catch!
गोल्डन है ना गोल्डन नहीं था ना
Black whale inhabiting the outer...
अब मेरे पास चीजें हैं Okay, within the ideal dimension zone, while fishing this road will shorten the time in which people buy a stable amount on. तो भाई क्या भाई फिशिंग लाइन स्टेबलाइजर ये ले लूँगा आई थिंक ये बेटर रहेगा बजट एंड potential server can be installed on a fishing boat to रेजन यूज नहीं किया मैंने कल देखता हूँ और जल्दी बोलूँगा तो रेजन कर सकता हूँ मतलब मैं अच्छा तो बोलो कैसा रहना रहेगा कर सकता हूँ क्या स्ट्रेन तक के टाइम पर पता what I know boy 69 God. 69. बात कर। यार लोग सब कुछ है भाई। तो 70 पे है भाई 40 40 तो बात
We can do this!
What's the occasion?
कर सकते हैं। पता हो चुका ना I think कल इनको बिल्ड करेंगे और नहीं
La da 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 da.
मारना कैसे वो ओशन है आंसर बता की बात नहीं ये कंप्लीट हुआ है डेवलप help one repairing broken bridge पर endeavor end ये हो गया भाई और प्लाज्मा प्रॉपर all rounds I guess fishing
Sometimes a shrouded path is not meant to be walked. Move forward with blind ambition.
Skirk boy Oh, somehow. Obviously. What? But I'm. Very. सारा से पड़े. पहले हम एक कुछ स्टार्ट. It's full. Debate club.
Smoke might suffocate you.
Bad. Yes. Case use the कल अपन ट्रेन ड्रॉप करके ना एक साथ तो ये मिला है ट्रस्ट. घुमा मिला था. और बड़ा फोर्स था. ट्रस्ट का क्या बस पे है कि बिल्कुल बस ट्रस्ट है. Alpha character is already for star purpose. Trust. I don't know trust कैसा है. Let's see. Weapon मिला है यार. वो weapon है. Providence Barbo. attack. बेटर तो लग रहा है, लेकिन ये इसको आगे दिया हुआ है। This normal attack damage by 40. Increase charge attack by 10. Just trying to hit that allows fire it. I don't know.
It's been getting quite busy recently.
नहीं बताओ मुझे कैसा था वो, सही था सही था, हाँ बता। आज के लिए इतना ही, बाय बाय।